civil society in ending violence against women and girls. We need that common voice of what is pertinent to us as Ugandans that we wish to work on. And I think this meeting, by the end of the day, we will be able to make that roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is what the civil society is thinking about. So what are we thinking about as individuals? As I said, this is a campaign that was started in 1991. This is 2021, 20 years.
Okay.
What are we? What have we done? What are we seeing? And what do we need to do? The COTLA has opened us and has seen that it seems as if we've done nothing. Our girls suffered, our women, some died, and some men suffered also. Gender-based violence is still alive. What can we do? We are the social and cultural and belief stakeholders, duty bearers. We are the people who set these standards in our community. What do we do? At this juncture, I would like to welcome all of you. And I would like to say that together we can do it, but divided we will not. Unless we respect each other, others' role, streamline what we can do and what we can't do, we will still come here next year and evaluate ourselves and find that we have not made any impact. So at this time, I would like to, we are going for the opening remarks, and I would like at this time we'll use, I don't know whether in the sound room our microphones on the high table are working. We'll use the podium, and I invite the religious leader to give his remarks.
Okay,
you're welcome.
Change. Simbede sirina shuri. Chimala. Sukolinde. Checho. Ntadde. Tekai. Focus ni.
In the name of the Almighty God, the compassionate mercy, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Akena, Her Excellency the Ambassador, the Council Representative, UN Women Uganda, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the Right Honorable Tungapo Bernard, Chairperson, Premier's Forum of Cultural Traditional Leaders, my fellow religious leaders, representatives from cultural and traditional kingdoms, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say Assalamu alaikum. May the peace of the Almighty God be upon you all. I greet you in the name of the Almighty God. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Presidents, and on my own behalf, I'm to this symposium on addressing the plight of girl children and our mothers during the COVID-19 pandemic. We gather here today to commemorate the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence under the theme, Orange the World, End Violence Against Women now. As you all know, when the government of Uganda closed the schools in March 2020, soon after the first case of COVID-19 was cited in the country, no one imagined at the time that the virus would further escalate gender-based violence and teenage pregnancy rates in the country. According to Makerere University School of Public Health, the number of teenage pregnancies rose by 28% during the first COVID lockdown last year. 14,000 cases of gender-based violence were reported in 2020 by Uganda Police Report 2020. Overall, Uganda has fallen short of her pledge at the East Central and Southern Africa Health Community Conference in Lusaka, February 2020, to reduce teenage pregnancies from 25% to 13% by 2020. Instead, the rate is on the rise. COVID-19 has created new and bigger challenges in reducing child and teenage pregnancies in the country. The Education Ministry says pregnancies among schoolgirls have risen from 30% since the outbreak of COVID-19, and the figure is higher in the poorer rural districts. Guest of honor, and ladies and gentlemen, violence against women and girls in Uganda has reached unprecedented levels. Women have been confined in their homes, men out of reach of services, some trapped in quarantine with their abusers. In addition, raising stress level, strains on economic resources, and isolation from support network further contribute to the risk of GBV for girls and women during COVID-19. Yet, we have also seen harmful cultural practices on the rise. For example, parents connect of their children for economic benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, these are sad facts that we witness in our country today as we commemorate the 16th day of activism. I call upon all Ugandans to look into your hearts and turn to the Almighty God, knowing that each one of us was created for serving His Almighty. Our beloved Prophet Muhammad, may the peace of God be upon him, instructed Muslims regarding women. I command you to be kind to women. He also said, the best of you is the best to his family, meaning wife. The Quran emphasizes the equality between men and women in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 87. They are your garments and you are their garments. And add this kindness towards women by saying, you are forbidden to inherit women against their will. No, you treat them with harshness. Allah also says, and live with them kindly. According to the Bible, in Matthew 18:10, see that you do not despise one of these little ones. For I tell you that in heaven the angels always see the face of my Father who is in heaven. It also goes on further in 1 Peter 3:7. Likewise, husbands, live with your wives in an understanding way, showing honor to the women as the weaker vessel, since they are heirs with you of the grace of life, so that your prayers may not be hindered. I therefore call upon all of us, cultural and religious leaders, to stand up so that our voices are heard against these ills that threaten the young generation. Let us work together, create safe environments in our families, communities, institutions, so that our children live to their full potential. To all the abusers, you were also once children. I pray that you look into your hearts, turn to your God, and give our children a chance. May you look into your hearts and find that place that reminds you of your own mother who carried you in her womb. An abuse on other woman is indeed an abuse on your own mother. It is not too late to change, for God, the Creator, welcomes all of us once we repent. I quite often say that as we address the plight of our girls and women, we should never leave and forget the boy child behind. It is when we nurture the boy child through family with love and care that will produce men that will make strong families. The abusers of today are perhaps so because of something wrong in our upbringing. This is not to say the abusers are right, but let us do what is possible to ensure that we have programs that address both gender, so that we provide an environment where our children live peacefully and respectfully together. To the parents, let us provide a chance to all our children, boys and girls, by giving them the same opportunity in education, health care, nurturing, nutrition, support, jobs, and others. But let us provide an extra hand to the girl child, for we know that she's in a vulnerable situation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time that as parents we re-examine and reclaim our role. The withdrawal of support and direct labor in our country by men is unacceptable. We cannot afford to leave everything to the mothers and the government. Let us revert to our behavior when we had the graduated tax system of hard work with clean homes and food security for our children and families. Remember when the Mutongole parish chief would come to visit families, and men would be happy to showcase them to them. Now it is the reverse. They are in the village, trading centers, drinking, or playing Ludo and cards. I call upon government and other duty bearers to educate and support the populace, to stop harmful cultural practices and prevent gender-based violence. Those that are in breach should face the law as stipulated. We urge those concerned to quicken processes of helping victims of abuse. Our health services, the social workers, the security services should create environments that are free of stigma, so that our children and mothers get back on their feet after getting the necessary support. I request the government to redefine our national value systems, where people obey and believe in God, just like our national motto was framed. To the children, believe in yourselves. We were all once children. Where you feel uncomfortable, talk to your mother, father, a friend or neighbor. Come to us, religious leaders or cultural leaders. We shall help you. As I conclude, I would like to thank the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development for the work that you do. I know you are working with foreign governments, especially in the Middle East, to ensure that our girls are safe. I look forward to a day when this is done and our children are employed with dignity. This symposium would not have been possible without you. Your efforts in supporting our children to live to their full potential are indeed commendable. We look forward as the interim leaders council to a long-term partnership with you that we reach out to all. I would like in a special way to thank the cultural leaders who are here, the cultural leaders who did not make it to this meeting and forum, for accepting to be with us, so that we raise our voices together as one. Together we can make a difference. Once again, I thank you and wish you all, I wish you all of us a fruitful day where we shall come up with clear commitment on how to make society better, as the last person there had suggested. Let us end the violence against women now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Even the Quran says a woman should be protected. Who is you and me not to protect the woman? Thank you very much. And I heard in one of the ayahs, they say if a woman delivers, you are supposed to pay me when I'm breastfeeding your child. I don't know how far you follow it so that these men pay us when we are breastfeeding. Because in the end, the children are there to move around. Okay, that was something to make you laugh. This juncture, I would like to call upon the representative of council leaders, and after I request him to call upon the representative of UN Women, remarks from UN Women, because from there I don't have the right to invite them. It is the council leader who will invite you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Your Royal Highnesses, Right Honorable Prime Ministers, Your Excellency the Ambassador, our religious leaders in this room, other religious leaders, other cultural institution leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure today to address this gathering. After a long time, we haven't been meeting in this manner. We thank God that He has made it again, that we can sit and interface. A big applause to our Creator. I take this opportunity to address you in two capacities. As the moderator told you, I am the chairperson of the Prime Minister's Forum of all cultural institutions in Uganda, and at the same time, I'm the interim chairperson of COTLA chapter in Uganda. This opportunity gives me a chance to talk to you in the first instance as the chairperson of the Prime Ministers of cultural institutions in Uganda. Your Royal Highnesses, we, as Prime Ministers of cultural institutions, we are the foot soldiers, the heads of the back. And today, I thank the multiple organizations who have brought us together as a family of cultural and religious leaders to be part of this national dialogue to end violence against women and girls. In a special way, allow me to thank COTLA and Interreligious Council of Uganda to keep the fire burning as we fight violence against women and girls. COTLA, as a Pan-African movement of progressive traditional leaders, established to end all forms of violence against women and girls, such as child marriages, female genital mutilation, domestic violence to women, as we all know, and other harmful practices. We, as Prime Ministers of cultural institutions, we are happy to be joined the forces assembled to fight the enemy amongst our community, and that is violence against women and girls. We assure our kings present here and those not present that as cultural heads, that we, your commanders on the front line, and don't think that the journey we are taking is small. Your Royal Highnesses, we need your support, and we assure you that we shall not retreat until the war is over. Those hands are little. We need those big claps to empower our Prime Ministers to fight this war on the ground. Our primary focus is to preserve positive cultural practices, norms, customs, and traditions, and eradicate the negative ones affecting human rights of women and girls. We are categorically opposed to negative practices exhibited by men. When I talk of men, I include myself. If I do, now it is the day that women in Uganda should live away with those practices undermining women. And it is very common in this cultural setup where superiority of men have always deprived women and girls their human rights. If everyone thought of a journey taken by a woman bringing us to life, as our moderator said, that there is no man or no living person that has come on this earth not through a woman. Maybe I would say it is only God. Even God sent Jesus on earth through a woman. So, if everyone thought of that journey taken by a woman to bring us to life, we would all fight to eradicate any practice that hurts our mothers. Any such bad practices is easy, even more hard to fight with. Let us all be ambassadors of COTLA, and then again ambassadors of the Interreligious Council of Uganda in the struggle to eradicate bad practices affecting our girl child, and our mothers. COTLA is a well-organized and vibrant Pan-African platform for progressive traditional leaders that harness the power and influence of African culture, which should not be taken for granted. We should therefore all rally behind this movement to remove the shame from the African face. Imagine Africans mutilating women and many other negative practices that are painted on the face of Africa. COTLA has come out to erase this bad picture on the face of African men and African community. Let us respect human dignity, human rights, gender equality, and attain sustainable development of Africa when we are working as a block of personalities, regardless of our sex and gender. Today, we are scaling down violence against women. And this is the national level for that cause. But that does not mean that there isn't any other form of violence, even on men and boys. But today's agenda is about ending violence against women and girls. Maybe another time, COTLA will come with another heading, including men and boys. COTLA's mission is to harness and amplify the voices of progressive, traditional, and cultural leaders, now including religious leaders, at a regional, national, and international level, to meaningfully contribute towards an integrated, stable, resilient, environmentally sustainable community in Africa when we remove bad practices that demean our girls and women in all countries, including Uganda. That's why then COTLA aims to create pathways through which traditional and cultural leaders, and now joined by the Religious Council of Uganda, can more constructively engage and contribute African Union and other international organizations to come and help in the fight against all these bad practices, so that we can attain a better Africa with better people, including girls and women, on the platform of development. COTLA has a lot of purposes, and now these are the purposes that COTLA was formed to secure, renew, deepen, and act on commitments of governments of Africa. And now, we have made many commitments as cultural leaders in Uganda. Many commitments have also been made by religious leaders in Uganda. Now COTLA comes in to make sure that these commitments are fulfilled. And we should fight together as a team, as one army, to end all these bad practices. The objectives of COTLA are to create and sustain a transformational and African progressive traditional leaders to embrace culture's dynamism and respect for the human rights of girls and women in Africa. I bracketed the word, or I put in quote and bolded the word dynamism for purposes of enlightening many people about cultural institutions. In our community, when people hear of cultural leadership, they think we are still in those back days when the bad practices were adhered to by even our highnesses, our kings, and other cultural leaders. But we are saying in COTLA that there is that dynamism, there is change. We now move with the world, regardless of our cultural practices. and we say the bad ones should be dealt with and the good ones should be promoted. Then we should promote dialogue, partnerships, and facilitate positive actions to address negative cultural practices. COTLA should also ensure action and accountability on all commitments and targets agreed at local, national, international bodies and levels. Following the launch of COTLA in Uganda, which was on the 9th of February 2019, COTLA has focused on developing and setting up the governance and systems, of which now the results are like these meetings where we address our nation and our people against these bad practices. Let me take this opportunity at this time to thank our Queen Mother of Toro, who is at the head of founding COTLA in Africa. A big applause to our Queen Mother. Her representative who will give her address is around, but I hasten not to say that she's outside the country on the same issues, fighting for women and girls in Africa and the world at large. COTLA is currently being supported by UN Women, we thank you so much, by the African Union, thank them so much, by all the ambassadors in Uganda, we have reached them, and we thank all of them through you, Your Excellency. Thank you for the work you are doing in COTLA. Allow me to give a scenario where our young children, during the COVID period, the 2 years, have faced a lot of challenges, and our women in our homes have faced a lot of challenges because we are still holding some bad practices along with our communities. It is this time that we come out and fight these practices, even when there is that time where people are supposed to be looking after their children in their homes. And I urge, through the two scenarios, through the two forums, that of Prime Ministers of country institutions in Uganda and that of COTLA, that the burden is on us as family leaders, as fathers and fathers, that we protect our girls and we protect our women. We take our women as stars in life. I thank the Interreligious Council of Uganda. I thank all the bodies that have joined this team to make sure that this war must be fought day and night, 24 hours, 365 days, to make sure that our people, men, women, girls and boys, have a common stand in life in the human rights era. We thank the Ministry of Gender, which has come out always to make these places good places to talk to our people through these forums. Thank you so much. May God bless you. For God and my country. Omukama hungry. I take this opportunity now to invite the representative of UN Women to give us her remarks.
We do all these rituals now, thanks to COVID-19. They are now global rituals. And I take permission to take off my mask so that you can hear me properly. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Ambassador of Sweden, the representative of Queen Mother of Toro, Your Highnesses, royal cultural leaders, our eminent religious leaders, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, the UN family present, government officials present, civil society partners, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keminde Lee, and I am the acting country representative for UN Women. And on behalf of UN Women, we thank you so much for being here today. I would like to start my remarks by thanking the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Interreligious Council of Uganda, the Council of Traditional Leaders of Africa, COTLA, the Uganda chapter, the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda, CCFU, for working together to organize this very auspicious and timely dialogue. We recognize the bold steps that you have taken as champions to address the evil of violence against women and girls today. You have used your unique positions in the society to address this unacceptable social ill. In a special way, allow me also to recognize the presence of the representative of Queen Mother of Toro, who unfortunately is on another meeting in Nigeria on the same issue of COTLA in Africa. She is the founding member and the deputy convener or general of COTLA, and we really applaud her efforts in championing the rights of women and girls through the Best Mother Foundation and COTLA. Please, let's put our hands together for that. Thank you. Your Royal Highnesses, religious leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, violence against women is the most pervasive human rights violation in the world. It affects women and children and also affects men. Globally, up to 70% of women experience physical and sexual violence at some point in their lifetime. 70%. That is more than 1 in 3. That is huge. Millions of women and girls around the world are assaulted, they are beaten, or even murdered, which constitutes appalling violations of their human rights. A UNICEF study indicates that sub-Saharan Africa has the largest rate of child marriage in the world. It estimates that 4 out of 10 girls are married before the age of 18, while in Uganda, we rank 16 out of 25 countries with the highest rate of child marriage in the world. I was also reading a report by Ministry of Health, which shows that 25% of Ugandan girls of the age of 19 are pregnant. All girls around the age of 19 become pregnant by that age, 1/4. That is huge. Out of every 4 19-year-olds, 1 has been pregnant at the age of 19. That is serious. And also, half are married by the age of 18, and they continue to have children until they are 40. According to the recently disseminated Uganda Bureau of Statistics findings on violence against women, which was supported by Spotlight Initiative, 28% of women and girls experience sexual violence, and 29% of these women reported that the most frequent act of sexual violence was a woman being physically forced to have sexual intercourse. 55% of ever partnered women revealed that they have experienced an act of emotional abuse in their lifetime. 55%, which is more than half. Again, that is serious. That's why we're saying Violence against women is the most pervasive human rights violation. It's in every culture, it's in every country, it is in every situation, and it needs to end now. I note that religion and culture shape social values and promote responsible behaviors that respect the dignity and value of life. And indeed, you represent a constituency of actors with major role in facilitating mindset change and transformation of our society. As religious and cultural leaders, you have expansive networks of faith-based and cultural institutions that span across the length and breadth of Uganda, and which you can elaborately use your powers, your convening role for social change, and specifically on ending violence against women and girls in Uganda. I want to call upon you, with respect, your Royal Highnesses and religious leaders, to use the trust and the proximity that you have at community levels to be frontiers and frontliners for the prevention and response to violence against women and girls, as well as harmful traditional practices and the promotion of sexual and reproductive health rights, while adopting comprehensive and inclusive approaches that tackle the root causes and transform harmful social norms and empower women and girls. Let us continue to nurture strong and systematic partnerships around these actions that help us to unlock the potentials of women and girls to contribute to national development. I want to use this opportunity once again to thank COTLA, the Uganda chapter, for joining the rest of the world in participating in the just concluded Generation Equality Forum, which has set the globe on a pedestal for decisive action and investment in gender equality in the world. I would like to use this opportunity to call upon you, our Royal Highnesses and religious leaders in Uganda, to join in the translation of commitments that you have made in that Generation Equality Forum and the 5-year action plan that was drawn up to safeguard the progress of Uganda over the next 5 years. In a similar way, I take special note and congratulate the Interreligious Council of Uganda on your successful participation in the recently concluded consultative meeting on supporting partnerships between Africa Union, religious faith-based organizations and communities of traditional leaders with the aim of strengthening the engagement in prevention and response to violence against women and girls, addressing harmful traditional practices, and promoting sexual reproductive health and rights in Africa. As an outcome of this consultative forum, UN Women is currently drafting guidelines for engaging cultural and traditional leaders in Africa, as well as faith-based organizations, and very soon we will be inviting you to participate in the validation of these very important guidelines, which will shape our actions in ending violence against women over the next 5 years. Yes, thank you. Gender inequality in Uganda is rooted in patriarchy, which comes with expectations of masculinity, values, beliefs, and practices that reinforce the privilege of men and boys and their dominance over women in the society. Ending gender inequality requires reconfiguration of power relations, transforming masculinities and negative traditional norms and practices and values. I therefore call upon cultural and traditional leaders to use your privileged position to demonstrate that gender equality and justice is not alien to our culture here in Uganda. Traditional leaders traditional and cultural leaders, as well as religious institutions, can facilitate positive change in local communities working to address violence against women. Despite undeniable evidence that shows the linkages between our social and cultural norms and violence against women, traditional leaders' potential to actively participate in violence against women prevention activities remains largely untapped. That is why COTLA now exists. It goes without saying that traditional leaders preside over customs and customary law courts and exercise legislative power in many of our communities today. Customary leaders, therefore, are typically influenced by values and beliefs that are inclined to normalize violence against women. However, this must change. As custodians of the culture and tradition, leaders have the unique position to influence and to alter underlying values and beliefs that are detrimental to community members, especially the most vulnerable in the community. Traditional leaders also have a wide reach in their communities through various traditional fora. Such opportunities can be used to inform community members of the adverse effects of violence against women. For this reason, your influence should be used to encourage protective practices and advocate for women's rights and to address violence against women as well as HIV in the community by minimizing the risky practices that exacerbate vulnerability to violence in our communities. We therefore call upon you, with respect, our traditional leaders and religious leaders today, to protect women and girls against violence by enforcing traditional sanctions and laws in your traditional courts and in your structures. We call upon you to encourage open discussion of cultural beliefs and practices in the communities that you preside over as a way of identifying those customs that minimize the risk and those that deter violence against women and girls. We do have those customs, and we are calling upon you today with respect to identify those customs and use those customs to address violence against women and girls and protect them from unacceptable cultural practices. Unless custodians of culture look critically at their cultures and modify them to uphold the rights of all people, women and girls will continue to have devastating impact on their lives in violence against women. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the donor community, in particular the government of Sweden, represented by the ambassador today. We really applaud your role in advancing these issues, working very closely with UN Women and COTLA and other actors. I would like to thank the government of Sweden and the EU for being at the forefront of the efforts to end violence against women and girls here in Uganda. The UN program on Spotlight is jointly supported by the United Nations and the EU, and it demonstrates the highest level of commitment towards creating equitable social norms, attitudes, and behavior change across all levels of the socio-ecological model in Uganda. I conclude my remarks by saying that I would like to restate the commitment of UN Women to work in partnership with all relevant stakeholders in a way that brings together and maximizes our efforts and resources of all the stakeholders to end violence against women and girls in Uganda. No effort is too small, and we are recognizing your efforts in this long journey as we are taking together. Thank you very much for your time.
Your Royal Highnesses, the traditional cultural leaders present, Your Grace, the President of Interreligious Council of Uganda and your members, the representative of the Queen Mother present, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden in Uganda, the acting UN Women country representative, Right Honorable Prime Ministers present, representative of development partners and civil society organizations present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and particularly from my Permanent Secretary, Mr. Agri David Kibenge, who is unable to be with us here today due to other government commitments, but has sent me to deliver this statement on his behalf. My name is Bakaye Lubega. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Culture in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It gives us great pleasure as a ministry to welcome you all to this high-level dialogue of religious leaders and traditional cultural institutions on ending violence against women and girls in Uganda under the theme Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. The ending is now, not yesterday. So the launch is deliberately planned as one of the activities of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which officially commenced on 26th of November 2021 in the Oyam district, hosted by the Lango Cultural Institution. We appreciate your active participation in that event because most of you were ably represented. This dialogue means a lot to government of Uganda, as well in particular the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, because we are directly tackling the mindset issues. It gives me a rare opportunity and indeed a privilege to interact with all of you, Your Royal Highnesses, the traditional cultural leaders, and the Interreligious Council of Uganda. Most importantly, the fact that this day provides us with the opportunity to reiterate the importance of culture and religion in fighting gender-based violence as custodians of values, beliefs, and norms. Furthermore, I'm confident that together we can achieve more in our quest for gender equality, ending violence against women and girls, as well as negative social and cultural practices such as early marriages, teenage pregnancies, and genital mutilation, among others. The representative of the religious leaders mentioned the impact of COVID on our girls. That is unacceptable. I think we need to put our heads together to see to it that we end this catastrophe that is befalling our children. Our concerted efforts will not only promote the sexual, reproductive, and health rights of women and girls, but also improve equitable access to justice. Your Royal Highnesses, dear participants, the Ministry, in collaboration with some of the cultural institutions, came up with the pronouncements and commitments and policy briefs detailing how you can address issues of gender-based violence, HIV/AIDS, maternal health, and family planning, among others. You are aware that Interreligious Council receives funding from central government to support the interventions to end GBV, as well as implement mindset change activities using their structures up to the family. The Interreligious Council of Uganda led the advocacy to ensure that His Excellency the President declared 2017 the year of the family. This has created awareness on the need to protect the family institution and promote parenting for the well-being of our children. Ladies and gentlemen, the program approach recommended under the recent unveiled National Development Plan 3 assigns the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development as the lead role for community mobilization and mindset change program. It is the desire of government to achieve more robust stakeholder engagement, coordination, and synergy in the implementation of government programs, both within the state and non-state actors. Cultural and traditional institutions, as well as religious leaders, are so central in achieving this goal, and the Ministry of Gender will expectedly involve you more and more than ever before in planning and executing of the agreed interventions. We commit ourselves to work with you to fight the negative social cultural practices that contribute to the spread of HIV/AIDS, sexual and gender-based violence, as well as maternal health, among the other vices. Here I want to point out that we have an advantage as traditional cultural institutions. Your subjects listen to you. When you say something, they take it and believe in it. So we have to use this to ensure that we influence our communities to be able to change, to have that mindset change that we are struggling for. The religious leaders, you are privileged to have a platform every week. The Muslims on Friday, you have a platform all over the country where you can send a message and your believers take it. The Christian institutions, you have a platform on Sundays and Saturday for the Seventh-day Adventists. Let's use these platforms to send a message to our believers so that we are able to cause the desired change in our population. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again register my personal and the ministry's profound appreciation for honoring our invitation to this high-level dialogue and your personal presence in this dialogue. We don't take it for granted. In a very special way, we wish to thank all the partners that have not only contributed toward the successful organization of this event, but continuously provide us with support towards all our programs whenever they are called upon to do so. I have unshakable faith in the fact that you will accommodate the activities of COTLA Uganda, continue to facilitate the interaction between the cultural leaders and religious leaders because of their unique role in protecting our identity, morals, as well as the cultural values. Finally, as I conclude my remarks, special thanks go to the UN fraternity and the leadership of the resident coordinator's office, to the Queen Mother Best Foundation, with the founder of COTLA Africa, civil society organizations, particularly Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda, FIDA and UONET, for always standing with us. The contribution and the sacrifices that each one of you makes daily is highly acknowledged. I equally salute the members of the organizing team from my ministry, led by the director, that has been able to organize and coordinate this event. I know that this dialogue will tackle pertinent issues and the outcomes will give us direction on our policy formulation. I thank you for your kind attention. May God bless you all. Now, it's my singular honor now to invite Her Excellency the Ambassador to give her remarks.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Dear PS representing the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, cultural, religious leaders, acting representative of UN Women, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here today as part of the 16 days of activism and address these important issues related to gender-based violence, teenage pregnancies, and child marriages during and post the COVID-19 pandemic. Ending gender-based violence and ensuring women's, girls', men's, and boys' security and well-being is a priority for the Swedish government. We believe that gender-based violence negatively impacts not only the individual victims, but also the development of a country. This is why equality between women and men is a core component of Sweden's feminist foreign policy. In Uganda, in Sweden, and elsewhere, too many women and girls are still denied the right to make decisions about their own lives and are subject to sexual and gender-based violence, including harmful practices. Gender-based violence restricts the opportunities for people to enjoy their human rights, undermines security and the principle of the rule of law, and leads to major economic costs for the society. COVID-19 has dramatically aggravated this situation. The pandemic affects everyone, but especially girls and young women in all aspects of their daily lives. Pre-existing inequalities are made worse by COVID-19. In Uganda, the lockdowns and closure of schools has resulted in an increasing number of unwanted pregnancies, teenage pregnancies, unsafe abortions, and limitations in access to sexual reproductive health and rights services and information, especially for young people and key populations. Early childhood marriage is on the rise, and many are also having to enter the workforce at a young age to help provide for their families. When schools reopen, many of these girls and boys might not be able to go back. It's now more than ever important that we address these problems jointly with the government of Uganda, UN family, religious and cultural leaders, civil society, and all other stakeholders to be able to make a difference for Uganda's future generation. Cultural and religious leaders play a significant role by promoting the understanding of peaceful coexistence, equality, mutual respect, caring and love, but also addressing harmful cultural practices, norms, beliefs, and language. Allow me to underline our appreciation for the important work that you do and which might not always get the credit it deserves. I'm confident that cultural and religious leaders have a potentially transformative role in tackling root causes of gender inequality and gender-based violence by speaking out based on both a moral and a social concern, And I have to say I was very encouraged by the remarks given here earlier this morning, which really reinforced this feeling. We all need to enhance actions and voices against gender-based violence, harmful practices, high prevalence of teenage pregnancies and child marriages. I thus urge you to continue using your platforms and opportunities to promote a positive change. Something I also want to bring with you in the dialogue today is that gender equality is not only a women's issue. Men must be targeted as agents of change, especially when it comes to changing destructive ideals and forms of masculinities. Engaging men is critical to the prevention of and response to gender-based violence, such as changing behaviors, challenging stereotypes, and strengthening community institutions that can address gender-based violence. Men's active engagement in parenthood and the household has long-term effects, such as better learning outcomes for both boys and girls and decreased levels of crime and violence. A close relationship with their children also have a positive impact on men's health. That's why I was very happy to have the representative of religious leaders talk about the boys, and the boys being children, and the boys need our support. And I think as a mother myself of two small boys, I see as much as we need, of course, to protect, reinforce, and make our girls strong and independent, we also have to raise our boys as independent, confident, but also loving, caring, and respectful. So I think this is a joint responsibility. So let us work together to maximize women's and girls' potential, rights, and opportunities. Change is possible. Change can happen if we have a vision, courage, and the will to act. The Embassy of Sweden in Uganda will certainly continue its extensive engagement in prevention of gender-based violence and increase access and respect for sexual reproductive health and rights in the years to come. We look forward to joining forces with you to promote a positive change. Thank you.
take us a little bit into a little past of COVID-19. When it broke out in China, Wuhan, in 2019, many people in Uganda did not even think that it will ever affect them. It all sounded as a Far East story that had nothing to do with Uganda. The news of the first COVID-19 case in Uganda in March 2020 was received with shock and disbelief in many communities. Ugandans were once again faced with a global pandemic similar to the case of HIV/AIDS, and yet no one was prepared to deal with the crisis and challenges that related to the new pandemic. The picture thrown at hand was like of a hungry lion that suddenly attacked the herd, grabbed and scattered the powerful, and left the cows and calves at prey of hyenas and jackals. The home, which was a paradise for women and children, became unsafe for many girls and women from that moment. As the event of dealing with COVID-19 progressed, the government and Ministry of Health instituted measures for prevention of the spread of COVID-19, which were characterized with restrictions on movement, closure of schools and business, and lockdown of places in which many of the people were accustomed to operating their every day-to-day business, and this unfortunately provided an environment within which the challenge of gender-based violence thrived from the time of the lockdown. It was, and it has already been noted, that when the women and children were locked up in their homes and schools were closed down, most of the social values which were held in homes and community that were significant for the protection of the young and old started being eroded by challenges and effects of the many young women and girls being locked up in homes and becoming prey to all sorts of abuse and exploitation. Now, the most common forms of violence mitigated against women and girls in the context of the pandemic were mostly physical, as we have already been hearing, and these related to battering of women and children, girl children, exposure to all abuse, sometimes on the part of the spouses, siblings, neighbors, and those who were responsible for caring for the young girls. Reports on COVID-19 rapid gender assessment in Uganda in 2020 indicated that physical violence actually characterized 50% of most of the common gender-based violence at that time. The perpetrators were identified as mostly household members and particularly spouses, sometimes parents, fathers, and siblings. There was also a lot of cases reported on sexual violence, sexual assaults like rape, defilement, were all emitted on some of the girls and women, and the scenario became worse where children and women with disability who cannot express the happenings or incidents at hand were found to be part of the violation. It was also noted that in Uganda, 22% of women in that period at least experienced sexual violence during the lockdown. And the cases increased to more than 3,000 within only 6 months. It was also reported that within those, that before the 6 months before COVID-19, 593 girls under the age of 18 were reported to have suffered from sexual violence, compared to 860 girls in 6 months during COVID-19. And so you can see that there was a drastic increase in number of cases of sexual violence from 593 to 860 in a period of 6 months. Among the common forms of violence was also financial abuse. And this was mainly characterized by withdrawal of financial support from the women who were now locked down at home, sometimes women who had lost their small businesses, teachers whose schools had been closed, and women whose land at the same time was being grabbed by land grabbers in the wake of the COVID-19 lockdown. And this left widows and old women and children homeless in certain instances. On TV and radio, you could hear smaller families left homeless when single mothers could not afford to clear debts, and yet the tenants were demanding that they clear all the debts, and before long, the family would be on the streets. There were also cases of emotional abuse, insults, stigma relating to especially those who had been thrown out on the streets, or those who had suffered COVID-19 and related violence. Humiliation of women and children increased as the breadwinners, especially men, could not provide necessities for life due to lockdown and loss of jobs. Emotional abuse did not only affect women and girls, but also affected men, although we note that the level of humiliation and suffering that was suffered by women and girl children was greater at the time. Incidences of harmful cultural practices also increased Reports from the areas of survey indicated that cultural leaders who lead in female mutilation practices of the area had the opportunity to have girls in the homes, and this increased the cases of female genital mutilation among girl children who were not going to school at the time. And such cultural practices were also accompanied by child marriage practices and related issues. More variation has also been seen among women and girls who were suffering from unmerited exposure to struggles of childbirth, as access to hospitals and health centers was curtailed by the restrictions of the lockdown. On the whole, one can note that all the forms of violence experienced by women and girls have had diverse effects, not only on the women and girls, but also on the Ugandan communities at large. This is because the well-being of women and girls is also the well-being of communities. And as such, violence against women is also violence against community at large. And therefore, there is need for us as leaders of both faith and cultural communities to respond proactively to the challenges raised by violence against women during this pandemic and its effect on the girl child. Now, if we are to consider the roles that we as cultural leaders, to begin with, have to take in responding to violence against women and girls in the pandemic, we have to note the fact that women and girls draw their social cultural self-understanding and identity from our culture, our cultural structures. And this means that the custodians of culture in society are at a point where they can strongly mitigate for the well-being and redemption of women against violence. It should be noted that culture is not static, it is dynamic, it grows and changes. The cultural leaders have the authority and powers to deal with the life-diminishing aspects of culture and the related practices. There is therefore an urgent need for us as cultural leaders to deliberately promote life-affirming cultural practices and discourage the life-demeaning cultures which promote violence against women and girls, such as female genital mutilation and all forms of cultures that undermine the well-being of women and girls. The cultural leaders also have the mandate to reinterpret and create alternative cultures which protect and a farm life. For instance, cultural leaders need to intentionally plan and provide space for women and girls to report cases of violence in family and clan. Silence about marriage matters, as it is well known in our cultures as part of that package that a woman carries with her into marriage should not be promoted at this time of the pandemic. There is need to encourage young girls and women in clan and family meetings to open up and share about the issues that relate to violence that they are suffering in their homes. Sometimes the leaders of the family may only be answerable to the cultural leader, and therefore it is the responsibility of the cultural leader and the corresponding structures to follow up on these ever so increasing cases of child abuse by their parents and siblings. There is need to revisit clan and community values and train people to live in harmony and discourage domestic violence and exploitation. For instance, in clan meetings and family meetings, we should intentionally provide for space for young men and boys to ask questions and be heard on how to relate with dignity with their girl siblings. It would also be a point of accountability for families to give regular reports on the level of peace and justice in their homesteads. There is also need to discourage language and image that violate women and girls. For instance, in many of our cultures, we have proverbs and sayings that undermine the dignity of women and also encourage violation and exploitation of women. In my own culture, a drunken man can comfortably say that they would rather have a gourd of beer than keep a woman in a house. When you listen to radio in the morning, those of you who are in habit of doing so, you'd hear younger men mocking women and using derogatory languages when referring to women. This morning, I heard one of them say that women are grasshoppers. You can eat them when they are dressed up or not. And this was on one of our major radio stations in Uganda. And such language goes a long way to demean and also promote violence against women nearly all the time, both emotionally and mentally. And these need to be addressed by us, whom God has put in the position of providing guidance on the use of culture, and make effort to ensure that all forms of culture are used in a manner that promotes life and dignity for all. Cultural leaders also need to have a duty to teach cultural values relating to positive masculinity. By positive masculinity, I refer to the idea of men and young men understanding that they should live and serve a life of dignity, being responsible young men in family and also in community, with intentional programs to support their family, their wives, and children. And this will go a long way to deal with the current challenge of runaway husbands and young men in many households. There is need to encourage young men to take on the responsibility that culture has given them since time memorial as key providers in the family, despite the fact that over time, women in Uganda and in many places in the world have become the source of provision of bread or food in the house. The need to promote cultural teaching and practices that respect sisters and brothers in the spaces provided in the homestead is also important. Discouraging child marriages and overburdening cultural demands of dowry that belittles women and make them objects of exploitation also needs to be revisited. Collaborated practices of girl child trafficking from villages into town to provide cheap labor in different households and of late into Arab worlds need also to be addressed within our cultural settings. It is important that cultural leaders also encourage their members to be law-abiding citizens. Clan meetings should take opportunity to have law and health professionals teach and address young men and senior leaders on how to be law-abiding citizens in relation to promotion of dignity in community. There is need to embrace governmental programs that are geared at providing skills to young men and women to focus on personal development and economic development. The current parish model that government is promoting needs to be embraced within our culture settings in order to provide a strong base for our young men and women for economic empowerment and development within their homes. Considering the religious leaders, one would also note that the role of religious leaders in addressing violence against women and girls cannot be ignored. Religious leaders have also a big mandate drawn from their faith tradition and teachings from sacred scriptures, whether Bible or Quran, that affirms life and discourage violence against women and girls. There is need to interpret these holy scriptures for community to believe and live out the scripture teachings which call for sanctity of life for both men and women. In the Christian worldview, we believe that both men and women are created in the image of God, according to Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 7. Therefore, it is imperative that Christian leaders live up to the expectation of their Creator. Furthermore, the Bible teaches that there is neither Jew nor Greek, no slave or free, no male or female, for all are one in Christ. That is in Galatians chapter 3, verse 28. This was St. Paul, who in many cases is considered to be patriarchal in his submission in scriptures. But that can also be understood as a failure to interpret the Bible teachings within its context and a misunderstanding on the part of the Apostle Paul's teaching. Promotion of dignity for all, male and female, is the responsibility of religious leaders and all faithful. The concerted efforts to teach men and boys to respect and value being faithful men is important. Young men need to embrace and promote responsible fatherhood practices through the different male ministries in different faith communities. And as I speak, you can look back and see there are many different male leadership fellowships that nurture men, married men, single men, and boys. I have had an experience of a male Bible reading fellowship where a number of younger men who were married were not aware of the fact that a Bible-believing young man needs to respect their wife. So there is need to read the Bible and interpret it within the context of violence and abuse of women that is going on within the faith-based families that we are leading. The Bible or scripture teachings against violence in family should also be emphasized. For instance, the Bible gives us an example of violence in a home among siblings, as in the case of King David's son, Amnon, who raped and violated his sister, Tamar, in 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 1 to 22. King David's failure to address the crisis in his family and the consequences that followed are important lessons that faithful leaders must always echo to their congregations. Such texts should be read and taught in order to break the silence about sexual violence in family and its consequences. In the era of land grabbing that characterized COVID-19 times, we saw a lot of injustice meted against elderly women and single mothers, to the effect that one would wonder whether our Holy Scriptures have any inclination to the plight of women in relation to land ownership. On the contrary, when you read the Bible in the book of Numbers, chapter 27, verses 1 to 11, we see the example of Zelophehad's daughters, who on the death of their fathers, and at the point when the children of Israel were getting portions of their shares for inheritance, boldly came forward and requested for their father's shares as their inheritance. In this text, we see the humility of Moses, who sits down and listens to the girl's requests and puts it before God. At this point in time, with the land wrangles and the challenges that they are causing for women and girls, there is need for us as Christian and faith leaders to sit and ask God to direct us on how we can be channels of justice in the area of land ownership and inheritance on the part of the girl child, women, and widows. This further emphasizes the need to provide good resource bases for empowering women as an intentional program for faith communities to mitigate the rampant economic violation that are at hand in relation to the dysfunctional legal systems that relate to land grabbing issues in the country at the moment. The prophetic voice of religious leaders and the voice of the faithful should never be put aside. It is the voice of God that mandates us as religious leaders to call for justice and peace in relation to those who are suffering at the hands of the abusers. We need to acknowledge at this point the work done by many religious leaders of all faith-based organizations during the lockdown to speak up for the voiceless. I wish also to thank the religious leaders who have stood in the gap, especially on the issues that relate to girl child going back to school after the COVID pandemic lockdown and elimination of all other forms of exploitation that we have suffered at the moment. Counseling services and guidance need to be organized and planned for in order to mitigate for the challenges that are accompanying the girls that have been raped and abused, girls that are having babies and have to join school come January 2022. We as faith-based leaders and cultural leaders must plan for this month, January 2022, when our young people will have back to school carrying the stigma and the challenges they have suffered through the long period of the lockdown. In conclusion, it has to be emphasized that for effective response to violence against women in context of COVID-19, The role of culture and religious leaders in addressing violence against women and girls is very significant, and it calls for intentional efforts, planning, and collaboration with all stakeholders, both in church, community, and in the nation. In that way, the paradise in which the girl, child, and the women lived before COVID-19 in their homes and community will be restored. So that, as according to the Bible in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 6, the opposite of the lion at loose may happen. The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the young goat, and the calf and lion and fattened calf together, and a little child shall lead them. And in this we see the prophetic voice of Prophet Isaiah announcing the Lion of Judah, Jesus Christ, bringing redemption to all the abused and exploited, and ushering in a new world order. Let this be our prayer as we pursue peace, equity, and dignity for the girls. May God bless you.
Hello. Thank you very much, our keynote speaker. And those are very good words.
don't know how to use this thing. Oh, now I know. Thank you very much, Ruth, for giving me what I think is a difficult task, but I think it is a very honorable one. And who am I to say no to an opportunity to speak to distinguished guests like those that we have today? It is not every day that we get cultural leaders, religious leaders, a minister in one space. And of course, also to be able to facilitate dialogue with a very distinguished panel that has friends and also people that inspire and motivate us to do this work. I think we don't have so much time. We have about 40 minutes for this dialogue, which we think will be the basis for the conversation that we are actually going to have together here. Evelyn Letio is my name, and I am a program specialist for ending violence against women at UN Women. So we have 4 panelists with me here, and I will introduce each one of them when it is their time to speak. And we have, we have a panelist from the women's movement. We said that we are talking about violence against women here, and we are trying to see how together we can collectively stand with women, speak together, and call for action to end violence against women. And we felt that we cannot do anything for women without women. We believe in the voice and agency of women, and so we will have someone from the women's movement who is also passionate about this work to speak to us. So my first panelist is Ms. Dora Kichoncho Musinguzi. She is the executive director for UGANET, which is the Uganda Network on HIV and AIDS. UGANET does a lot of work in the field of advocacy for HIV as well as violence against women. And today, we thought Dora would share with us some of the brave gains that the women's movement has scored in the field of violence against women and what she considers as major drawbacks or bottlenecks to the efforts of the women's movement in addressing violence against women. And we also thought that in speaking about that, Dora, that you would also perhaps use this opportunity from the perspective of the women's movement to ask what you feel are critical roles of religious and cultural leaders and what it is that really, really you think they could do to take us and give us the mileage we need to address violence against women. So Dora, I will give you 8.5 minutes, 10 minutes maximum to speak to this audience, and you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Warm greetings to your Royal Highnesses, the men of God, the women of God, the men of Allah, our Honorable Minister. Warm greetings from the women of Uganda, the women's movement that I've had an opportunity to represent, and thank you so much for the invitation. What are the gains in the face and in the voices of women of this country? A major gain is all of you, is this opportunity of having leaders of your caliber that left everything that was important to you at this part of the year to prioritize a conversation on violence against women. We thank the leadership, we thank government, we thank all of you, the kingdoms, that have found this an important conversation, not now, but many, many times that you have engaged with, trying to put heads together to dialogue and to find solutions to problems that greatly beset us. So we celebrate the shared solidarity. At one point, this looked as a women's struggle for a few women and a few leaders. But to have the eminent leaders that you are, the voice that you bring, the keynote, for example, that we just listened to from a leader from the faith community, as strong and as elaborate as she gave it, gives hope to the women's movement that the leadership is mobilized, that the champions are more. So that is a great gain. We see a great gain in the role of men. For example, in this room, the role of men as cultural leaders, the role of men as religious leaders, taking a position, being able to bring your weight and the influence that you have to this conversation means a lot to the women's movement. We appreciate that women are taking lead. To all the women leaders, religious leaders and cultural leaders that are here, our high table over here, there is great impetus at this time to see women in your spaces making the contribution that we are making, and we congratulate you and we thank you very much. Our keynote speaker has spoken about culture that is not static. We recognize that things are changing. Believe me, there was a time when such a conversation like you are having here was not prioritized. But this is changing. We see culture evolving. We know that the conversations here are useful, and that after you leave, a bit of what you pick from here, you take it and work starts to happen in a positive way. So these are the issues that we celebrate. Where do we see the lack of progress? Where do we see struggle? Again, the keynote speech that we are discussing has really recognized what COVID did to our communities. I want to reframe that conversation and say that COVID, like any other epidemic or crisis, didn't rape the women, didn't rape the girls. Somebody did. Somebody raped the girls and beat the women, and that somebody has a name and an address. The impunity, we know that it is thousands of people that were in this situation. Right now, I just have a statistic from Busoga that puts Kamuli and Mayuge above 6,000 girls and women, young girls that suffered teenage pregnancies. The biggest is in Rwenzori region, Kasese and Chenjojo, over 7,000. This is beside Wakiso and the Kampala region. Where are the people that raped the girls, that defiled the girls? Who is responsible for these pregnancies? It is men and boys that are in community. We wish to know that the way we know 15,000 girls are pregnant, at least we would have had 800 men and boys are in prison. But that number is not known. So the impunity is an issue we decry as the women's movement. We decry the role of religious leaders. And forgive me before I say that. You've already been recognized and thanked for the role that you played within the COVID-19 context. I want to say that maybe a leader that finds himself here cared and was at the forefront. But if we still have numbers between 15s of thousands of young girls that have had children or are going to have children, gatekeepers of our community, who you are, your Royal Highnesses, men of God and men of Allah, you are the people that gatekeep the communities. But the enemy came and raped your wives and your daughters in 15s of thousands in this country. that gives us an issue to cry about. Not only as the women's movement, but I believe as all of you that are seated in this room. And that calls us to do more than we have done, act more faster than we have done. Maybe dialogue in this year would look a lot different than we had in the previous years beyond COVID. Indeed, epidemics exacerbate inequality. Epidemics like violence, like COVID, like HIV, we will always harm the poorest of homes, will always harm the poorest of powers, will always harm the girls that are not able to fight back. And that is where we are asking for more leadership of men. The men that have power like you do, the religious leaders and the cultural leaders who are the gatekeepers and who have the influence. The women of Uganda will be asking of you to do more. That when you come in spaces like this, the great conversations and the agreements and the commitments you reach at, we see a lot of that happening in communities. So if I was to ask in one word what the women are asking for, is accountability. That indeed our offices are accountable to those women with who you're the gatekeepers over. That not many more enemies should come and rape and defiled and go unpunished. The other question, Evelyn, that you ask is how do we see the role of cultural leaders in complementing the work the women's movement is doing to address violence against women? We would wish, on top of accountability that we have seen, we are asking that indeed the epidemic gets to be known, the way we have expanded the conversation and have more leaders that are speaking. Let us cue the silence. Before the numbers were 15s of thousands of girls, somebody was watching this and for a long time they were silent. Let us continue to challenge the silence, because that is the greatest power that religious leaders and cultural leaders in this room bring to the table. Let us take the conversations to where the power is. Evidence has shown that change does not happen in boardrooms. Change happens in communities. Change happens to where you are. And that is why evidence-based approaches are putting you at the center of responses. Faith leaders, cultural leaders, you're the one with the gates. You're the one to open a time that is different in Uganda, where both men and women will live in communities that are safe, in communities that are going to improve the way women live and the potentials that they take to the end. We want to also ask that the structures are real. Yes, we know that there is mobilizing at the highest level of religious council. There is each kingdom with a minister committed to gender. Can that go to communities? Let us rethink restructuring. Let us rethink taking conversations to the people, and let us ask for leadership. The women of Uganda are asking of you to lead. You are leading, but lead a little more, because your voice is like no other. We ran a shelter program in the midst of COVID, thanks to UN Women again, that enabled us to have that door open. But to the pain that I bring to you is that we had many girls. Many, for example, like one particular family that I'll bring forward, a family of 5 daughters that was being used, abused by a sheikh in this city of Kampala. And we wondered how a person had gotten the power that they had and was abusing young girls. But this was not only for one faith. Even more faiths of men, fathers who have brought forth children, abusing their own children. It cut across all faith. It cut across all ages. Thanks to you, Honorable Minister, you received my call at the start of COVID, when we saw that indeed COVID had become a women's crisis. You allowed the shelter home to be opened at the most difficult of times. I want to thank you. That's the leadership that we are asking for. That is where we are asking that please put your feet. The communities that you get keep over are suffering in silence, but are suffering a real crisis and are suffering a real epidemic. Thank you so much, Evelyn.
Thank you very much, Dora. I think you have done justice to the women of Uganda. When you go to stand for Woman MP, I hope they vote you, because you will be bringing their voices next time to Parliament, maybe. But I think Dora has raised very, very many critical issues that as we prepare to dialogue with one another, we will have an opportunity to speak to. Issues of accountability, issues of silence, but issues of moving away from boardrooms to practically getting our hands dirty and working in communities. And it is my prayer that next year we don't sit to have this dialogue, perhaps in Kampala. Maybe we shouldn't be in this boardroom. Hopefully there will be a cultural institution somewhere that will take us to show us what they are able to do in a year. Yeah? I hope we will have an opportunity to go, I don't know, to Alur, to where, to be able to say 2 years of having COTLA in Kampala, we are now actually moving away from the city to the actual people that need us to do this work. And I believe that is possible, and we would like to work with you towards that. I will now go to Barbara. Barbara is seated next to me, very close friend, a woman that I love very dearly. She is the executive director of CCFU, and I think those of you who came for COTLA last year and are here are seeing the CCFU banner. CCFU is the Cross-Cultural Foundation in Uganda. And Barbara helped us to really understand culture, norms, values. When we started this work, like many, we came to the table with the blame game, that culture is negative, it is abusing women, and through Barbara and her team, we have changed those lenses a little bit to start to look at culture with more perspective, and to see that there are attributes within culture that we could focus on rather than focus on the negative. I would like Barbara, who I think is going to complement more some of the things that Dora has spoken about, to really maybe speak specifically to the issue of social norms. When I put into perspective what Dora has said, it is about norms. And most of the norms that we have, including those that shroud this epidemic of violence, are rooted within cultural and religious norms. So I thought, Barbara, that you might want to speak to us about your experiences in working with cultural institutions particularly, but in the field of violence against women around addressing norms. What does it take? And if we were to be able to say, as Dora said, move away from here to the communities, what would that look like? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and thank you, my fellow panelists. Honorable Minister Peace Mutuzo, I salute you. Your Royal Highnesses that are here today, the Prime Ministers in your capacity, our religious leaders in your capacity, ladies and gentlemen that are with us today. Evelyn has already introduced me. I'm by the name of Barbara Babwetera Mutambi, and I am the Executive Director for the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda. The Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda is an NGO that is young as 15 years old, that deals with the promoting of an appreciation of culture as vital for human development, and it bases on our diversities as Uganda. We all well know the role that culture plays in development. Anyone that wants to downplay that, I think he would be trying to live in oblivion. culture has contributed to what the major countries are today. And it's that fight to remain at the forefront as leaders in the world that these people are expressing and putting out there their positive culture so that they remain a power. What then are we doing as Uganda to make sure that we draw upon our own, that is positive, to make sure that we promote development in our country? Evelyn and Dora have talked a lot about social norms. Some of us may not be appreciating and understanding what exactly are social norms. Social norms are merely shared standards of acceptable behavior by a group of people that defines itself and lives together. It is what is taken as bad or good in a particular community. Social norms are almost like laws that are often not written in the books, but rather written at the hearts of people through socialization. It is what the community believes, portrays or projects who they are, and it often calls for compliance. Now, what does it mean when we talk about social norms in Uganda? One thing that I want us to note that is very important is that these social norms are not in abstract. They are rooted or they emanate from the principles and values that the people or a particular community believes in. When you see them projecting a negative practice, then it has a root in their values. But believe me or not, from the research that we did conduct across the country with various ethnic groups, it is very difficult to find a community whose principles or values are negative. Why am I saying this? There is no community in Uganda that doesn't believe in humanness. Humanness is Ubuntu. Ubuntu bulamu. Kuramatira. Kitmatir. Give it the many different words that you would like to give. But where is the challenge? If we are talking about Kuramatira, before going to the challenges, I would like to unpack a little bit so that we appreciate these principles that provide the basis. Under humanness or Ubuntu bulamu, we will find things like respect. Respect at various levels, be it the young, be it the old, there is call for respect. There is accountability in humanness. There is justice. Justice for all. It's not justice for men and no justice for women, but it's rather justice for all. And you'll find a very big emphasis on justice for the most marginalized or vulnerable, men and children. Women are at the helm of ensuring that justice ensues in the communities. There is sense of shame, honesty, empathy, responsibility, and I want to underline that, responsibility, integrity, civility, and humility. So if one tries to look at what the whole concept of Ubuntu, which forms us as our culture, where would violence be coming from? When you commit violence, are you being shameful? Are you exhibiting that? Are you being accountable to your own? Given that this is what forms the basic values of our country, so then what's the problem? Why are we seeing all these figures? The question, just like we've always said about the Ugandan laws, statutory laws, very beautiful, well written, but the challenge is implementation. Is it any different when we come to the unwritten laws of our nation. Implementation, exercising, expressing, and living these values is what is largely missing from our cultural and religious institutions. The Bible says it all. Our culture says it all. However, what is it that we need to do, or what needs to be done? I appreciate and thank for the fact that as we speak and engage with each other, we have always called for the need to make cultural leaders and religious leaders our allies and not adversaries. Because the moment you come with adversity, the other party will also try to express who they are and will even exert more. And with that, we can never get even. So the first thing that we need to do, work together, collaborate, as allies who are in the same boat, because if it sinks, we all sink with it. It's our daughters sinking, it's our mothers sinking, it's our sisters sinking. Would you love to see that? No, you wouldn't. And that's why we have the principles of humaneness. 2, I think there is need to have demonstrated leadership accountability to our people. When we put the president to the store, be accountable to the Ugandans. When you're pointing a finger at someone, remember that 3 are pointing back at you. As I'm calling for our leaders to be accountable, what is it that I am doing as a cultural leader, as a religious leader? We need to demonstrate accountability. We need to take back that leadership and demonstrate that we can be accountable to our subjects. We have very good principles and values. I always share the example of the Luo people, especially the Acholi. They have very good values that uplift women. But again, I cry when I go to a place like Lira, and I find that the rate of child marriages is at its highest. Are we being accountable? This is one thing that we need to do. Can we, as leaders, put up our own peer review mechanism where we can hold each other accountable? Fortunately, we have the best structures already established in this country, more than the ones for even the government. We have these structures trickling down from the top leadership right into the household. When we say the father is the head of the family, under Christianity, isn't the structure reaching right down in the house? How are we utilizing it? When we talk about cultural leaders, the clan heads are right within our families. The key issue is, are we being responsible and accountable? Are we holding each other to account? When I see a fellow leader doing what is not right, am I giving it a deaf eye and ear? Or I'll beckon this person and say, hey, we are not doing what is right. Secondly, I think there is need for us to do a lot of documentation of some of these social norms and practices that promote gender justice. We have quite a number of good practices, but little are they known by our own subjects. When we conducted a baseline interview to find out, for example, how many young people knew that it is a taboo to rape a woman in their cultures, a number of young people, and even women, saying, I'm hearing it for the first time. But you reach the elders, they say, this is a principle we've always lived, acquired from our great-grandparents. So we need to write more, we need to talk about these good things more, so that we are able to protect better our subjects. A number of leaders have developed communiques, pronouncements on particular things. For example, in Kerukwara Choli, they have a communique on marriages. How much do you pay? How should it be conducted? Because it's blocking out a number of women from being in legal marriages that would give them rights. So coming up with communiques is one of the good ways that we are doing this. Conducting evyoto, fireplaces. I'm glad in Toro there was one recently, although we have also been supporting dissemination and bringing these kinds of structures of evyoto, the informal learning forum, to the grassroots. In Buganda, especially Buddu County, this is going on and it's creating a lot of difference for the community members. Can we roll this out? Because I know there isn't a single cultural institution in Uganda that doesn't have a choto as an informal area where they can create awareness about what's happening within our community. Networking and collaborating is very important. We need to support each other. Government, this is my call to you. When you try to look at our budgets, of the national budgets, how much goes to culture? 0.001% of the national budget goes to culture. So how do we expect to implement when we are not facilitated? Can we look at that? I'm almost finishing. Private sector, can we also as well join hands and support cultural leaders and religious leaders to be able to implement and to enforce their responsibilities? One thing that I would want us to emphasize is that we need to acknowledge the existence of negative practices. It's true, some are there that hurt individuals. However much the objective would be positive, but the practice, how does it translate? We need to acknowledge the negative ones and re-engineer them to maintain the positiveness that it stands for while doing away with the negative practices. We need to be more responsible and accountable, and I would wish to say that the power to create the change that we long to see lies within us. We define what we want to be or what our societies would like to be. If only then we can hold ourselves accountable to our principal values of humanness, it is then that we will begin seeing the rates of violation against rights of women and girls coming down. An example, my name is Babwetera. It is an inspirational name from Western Uganda. It means men or women themselves. Can we make ourselves what we would want to see? What you would want your sister to be, what you would want your mother to be. Don't look at your wife because your wife is someone's sister first. Try to put yourself in the shoes of your own sister or mother. That will help you to appreciate the wife that is within your home. Make your family be what you long to see. Thank you very much to UN Women for the support, the Swedish Embassy, the cultural leaders that form the COTLA group, IRCU, thanks to you all, civil society members present, especially Uganet, FIDA, CDFU, and others, and I hope with all our concerted efforts, we will be Babwetera to make ourselves what we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Very inspiring and also thought-provoking as always. Respect, responsibility, accountability, and a sense of shame. Those are values that we all subscribe to, aspire for within our cultural as well as religious institutions. Where are we going wrong? How could we come back to the drawing board, and what kind of future would we have for women and girls if only we could implement and live by the values that we subscribe to? Demonstrated leadership. How can we role model positive behavior? You cannot give what you do not have. If we are going to be champions, if we are going to inspire people, if we are going to challenge people, how do we start? By looking inward before we look outward. Thank you very much, Barbara. So I am looking at my time, and I know we are not doing very well on time, but I am also cognizant that perhaps this is the peak of this dialogue, that it is from this that we will have a few minutes of reactions and actions on how to move forward. So I would like to seek your indulgence to be patient with us and maybe give us until 2 o'clock. I don't know what it's looking like from the side of the minister. I stand to be guided. But I would then like to move to the next two panelists, who are from the Interreligious Council and the COTLA Uganda. And the two, for me, are basically going to share with us their perspectives, but also how they hear what has come from the women's movement and what has come from Barbara on the critical role of the cultural institutions, to maybe just shed a little bit light of where they see us improving. So the next panelist is from Interreligious Council, and we have the privilege of listening to Dr. Pastor Matson Daniel Mate. He is the 6th Archbishop of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Uganda. For your information, the music that comes from the SDA Church is, I think, the best that I have had. So every time I have the opportunity to listen to that, I'm like, this is really soul healing and beautiful. And he is the co-chair of the Interreligious Council of Presidents. He has served in many capacities of the SDA Church, including as an executive secretary, a parish leader in several places in Western region. He was the Bishop of Rwenzori Diocese, a position which he held for 7 years. He holds a Bachelor of Theology degree from Bugema University, a Master's degree on Pastoral Ministry from Solusi University in Zimbabwe, and is currently a Doctor of Ministry student with Adventist University of Africa in Nairobi, Kenya. A pleasure to be on this panel. Dr. Pastor Mate, I would like from your side maybe to speak a little bit and really very high level around some of the interventions as the Religious Council of Uganda that you are taking to speak to the issue around violence against women and particularly teenage pregnancy. But also in that submission, we would be interested in hearing your overarching thoughts around business, unfinished business from Interreligious Council of Uganda. Where do you see opportunities to improve what you are already doing? Thank you very much.
Thank you, our moderator, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Social Welfare, Government of Uganda, our conveners, the UN Women, the Royal Highnesses, the representatives of the kingdoms, religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. The subject we are dealing with is a very important area which we need to address, and I want to appreciate this kind of a setting. Nevertheless, before I begin making my remarks, I'd like to begin by pointing out that this vice we are dealing with, violence against women and gender-based violence, will require a third participant in the next subsequent meetings, because this is a behavioral issue, and behavior, character, habits, and one's way of living is greatly influenced by culture, religion, and education. These three are very, very critical in shaping who we are and how we live in this life. And so it will be important that instead of having the two aspects, there is need to bring on board the third aspect, the educationists, who equally are very important in shaping how we grow and how we live. Because those three are very, very critical. They form an interplay triad in this matter. Now, this is what I would say. To begin with, my heart gets pained when I hear any form of violence against women. By nature, I am a very kind person. No one deserves to be subjected to pain. I am a son from Rwenzori Mountains. My name, Mate, that name, you know, I am a researcher. Yes, I am a pastor. I deal with a lot of African values. That name, it means milk on the surface. But the meaning is celebration of a mother's milk. Our people were saying, this mother is great, her milk is blessed because she has brought into a family a third son. The clan is expanding. Mate is given to a third son, but in reality, it is a celebration of the mother who has brought to life this son. And so really, as it has been pointed out by fellow panelists here, Babwetera, African cultures are full of great values which are meant to celebrate life in totality, and no one intends per se in our cultural values to be a channel for violence. I will tell you my perspective on why violence. The other thing I would like to point out at this moment is that it may appear that the male gender is the culprit in this whole problem. This is not a male versus a female gender problem. As a pastor, I have encountered several men who live in hell in their homes because their spouses are not the dream of what they are supposed to be. And so, this is my conclusion. The male gender is good at hot violence. The female gender is good at cold violence. And so, here we are dealing with what the Bible calls the fallenness of human beings. Yes, what is in the air, and we must address it, it is violence against women and girl children. But I can assure you, there is a whole list of undocumented episodes of cold violence against the male gender and male children in the homes. And so here, we need to do an introspective reflection so that we look at what the Bible calls conversion. From a biblical perspective, the Bible gives these 3 steps on how the male and female gender can live together happily. Because we need each other. We are created together. No one will live without the other. But the 2 genders can only live together as per the biblical prescription, which is found in the book of Ephesians. The Bible, in saying, talking about men and women, it says, you should submit to each other in love. Submission is very, very important. If I do not submit to my wife, we cannot live together happily. And by God's grace, we have lived 34 years in marriage together. Yes, we have our own scuffles, but I can assure you it has been a blessed experience because I purposefully choose to submit to my wife. On the other hand, the Bible says, the Bible gives 2 injunctions to the male gender. Submit to your wives, but also says, husbands, we should love our wives. If you want to trigger and appeal to the heart of the female gender, the female gender is appealed to by giving them respect and by loving them. And so, us as men, we must learn that principle of life. On the other hand, women are asked to submit to their husbands. Now, that does not mean servitude. It doesn't. It just means to respect them. If you want to appeal to these men, people who grow beards, give them unconditional respect. They will live with you happily. What is happening? Because there is no submission, because there is no respect, because there is no love in families, homes have turned out to be hell both for the men, the women, and their children. Therefore, it is important for us to revisit these biblical principles. What God says is true because He understands us. We must learn to live together according to the injunctions God has given. Now, what about culture? You see, for us, the faith, religions, every week we have an encounter with our members. The problem we have in this vice we are dealing with, the weak point is in the area of education and it is in the area of culture. You see, we assume that culture is working. When modern education and modern way of living came, these things have greatly disempowered our cultural norms. We do not have a mechanism which is active in shaping the way our people live. Show me even a single subject in our syllabuses where our education will address the African values to the African children. Today, we have people who are neither Baganda, nor Bakonjo, nor Batoro. It is a mixture of all these. And so the enemy, the devil has taken advantage of this virtue. And so we find ourselves at the receiving end of violence because we do not have a way of empowering and shaping our destiny culturally. We only assume that culture is there, but culture today is greatly fragmented because of the modern way of life. People are not at home. The sense of community is broken. Others are absent mothers, absent fathers, and so the TV, the media, which does not necessarily represent our values has taken center stage. We are living a broken life as we are. The sooner we will sit down and write our cultural values, integrate them in our education system to empower our people, the better. What is IRCU doing? There are many interventions we are doing. We have gender-based violence prevention programs. All these faiths have these activities. In the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we have a strong program raising up children, a strong program for the youth, a strong program for the women. And one of the things we seriously address is stopping violence against children and women. Yes, we have to continue doing this. We keep on writing pastoral letters, but I am afraid our religious institutions are betrayed by the cultural gaps and the dysfunctional education system, which does not necessarily address our cultural values, our characters, and our habits. The sooner the three come on board and each one fills the void, the better we will address this challenge. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pastor Mate. I think our panelist, fourth panelist stepped out, but picking on a few things that you have said, which are quite interesting, are one around the issue of violence against men. I think that that's quite a valid point, that there are instances of violence against men, although predominantly we know from data and practice that it's actually violence against women and girls. But I think what we are all aspiring towards is peaceful coexistence, is harmony, and it's not necessarily a society where we are saying women should have more power than men, but that there should be equitable, balanced relationships, power, opportunities within communities. So certainly where violence is coming from the women's side, we also call it out and say it shouldn't be the way of life. You raise an important point around educationalists. I think that is a note to be taken and thought through. Colleagues, as we reflect on how we move from here and the different stakeholders that we need to work with, I think we will need to consider the role of the educational institutions, the role of teachers in shaping the mindset and also building the confidence of women and girls, including to speak out and challenge violence against women. We of course also know that a lot of education institution people, particularly teachers, also abuse women and girls. So how do we start to bring those on board? I think that's a recommendation that we take forward. So I would like to introduce our last panelists. Sadly for us, we are going to ask him to really be very brief. I hope he can be able to summarize his submission in 5 minutes, because he also did have an opportunity earlier on to make remarks. So our final panelist is from the cultural institution. He happens to be the Prime Minister of Toro Kingdom. He's the chairperson of the Prime Minister's Forum, the interim chairperson of COTLA Uganda chapter, Honorable Tungakuo Bernard. Forgive me, I don't know how to pronounce that very well. I come from Adjumani. So, so it is like French, but I hope I have not massacred your name. He comes with very huge credentials. He's a master of organizational leadership management and also an expert in the field of sociology and social development. Honorable Prime Minister, what we would like you to do is perhaps just really share, as we wrap up this discussion, some practicals. So we are saying that cultural leaders have an important role to play. It is not news anymore, that you have agency and proximity. I think we recognize that, and that is why we are here. We are also saying we need to move away from boardroom proclamations and statements in newspapers to practice. So I think what would be interesting from your perspective in a few minutes, Honorable Prime Minister, is if you could share 1, 2 practical things that you think cultural institutions can do to address violence against women at the community level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Your Royal Highnesses, Honorable Minister, leaders from all religious affiliations, my fellow Prime Ministers of cultural institutions, all leaders around, ladies and gentlemen, we consider today a turning point on the issue that we are talking about today. Why do I call it a turning point? For it is a reorg of all stakeholders in fighting violence against women and girls. And I would say, not only in Uganda, but in Africa. And as a question posed to me, that what should we do? What we should do is, number one, has started now by dialoguing. And we bring all the stakeholders together. We cause a common army to fight a common enemy against our humanity. I sum it all as humanity, though we are talking about women and girls, for it is from the women and girls all generations come from. For this matter, therefore, we are all concerned to save that chain of nature. And believe me or not, Your Royal Highnesses and all leaders here, that culture began with creation. If you can remember when the Pope visited us here, when he last visited us here, I presented a document which was even calling the Pope to respect culture, because even he himself has his own culture. One professor told me something funny. He said, it is an abuse if you use the English language and call someone uncultured. He can even take you to court. When you say, you person, you are uncultured, it is an insult. That's why we should respect our cultures. But hear me, my Royal Highnesses and other cultural leaders, that at this time, it is the time that we use the word transformation in all aspects. We hear law reforms. We hear economic reforms. We hear electoral reforms. We have not had cultural reforms. I would advocate for cultural reforms in all cultural institutions, so that these reforms remove or eradicate the negative tendencies, the negative practices that we had in those days. In Toro, for example, there is a place, and that place was codenamed after killing girls who could get pregnancies before time. And it is in my own home area. It is called Kanyandaro. I will put it verbatimly in Rutoro. Endaro is that pregnancy which a lady would get before marriage. And there is it is a deep pit, endless, where they would take that girl and call all girls in the same age and women around and drop that lady in that pit. Everybody seeing. What was the connotation there? To scare other girls, not strip around and get unwanted pregnancies. But here is a new era. A new era where we cannot do that by killing a girl who has gotten that pregnancy. What do? Now we go for the reformation. How do we change that act then into a very good practice now, where we are not killing, but we are even scaring or shaping these girls and ladies not to do what they would be doing outside marriages or before age. So our role, as I answer you, Barbara, this is what we should do as cultural institutions. All those negative practices should be thought of, fought, and be replaced with the positive practices. I will, at this time, tell you about what we are doing, for example, in Toro. I thank you so much. You talked about Echoto. And Echoto, now we want to internationalize it. It becomes an international day where people will be gathering in Toro, and we thank. I ask you, I beg you to clap and give an applause to UN Women and UNDP, whom we talked to, and they have willingly funded this Echoto in Toro. It will be an annual event, and we shall be inviting all people to come and see what we are doing. We are following structures. Cultural institutions, wherever you are, all of you, you have your structures. We use these structures to conduct dialogues like this one at all levels up to the home, so that people can get that information. One, the negative results that would be when a young lady gets married or gets impregnated. We sit around fireplaces at all levels, from the Masazas, the Magomborora, the Miruka, the villages, up to the home. And we have these dialogues. And by talking to them, we would change the characters of our people. On another front, you talked about the percentage, which I didn't get. It had a lot of zeros, where the national budget maybe gives out to culture, to the culture department. It was 0.000001, I think. That one, when you round it off, it becomes 0. Those who studied mathematics. And I don't know why it is like this, and yet even our leaders who sit and make the national budget and distribute the cake hail from cultures. And many of them, and many of us, are in the positions we are in because of our cultural backgrounds, which brought us here. You cannot believe there are distributions of ministerial posts and other offices basing on cultural diversion. They say, but have we gotten a minister from Busoga? Then help the Busoga culture to grow up many other leaders in that aspect. Have we gotten a minister from Karamoja? Then bring up the Karamoja culture to bring up more leaders to that level. I think we take it as a blessing, and I will ask my fellow prime ministers in supporting me that I'm directly talking to the minister in charge, maybe in their next meetings, in their next cabinet, to take a paper to the parliament and discuss on how to support cultural institutions so that we can do a work that supports the government. And allow me to talk about how culture can shape this country in a short time if our cultural leaders, if our cultural setups, if our cultural structures are supported. I'm not demeaning political leaders, no. But in all areas where we hail from, if, for example, the king of Uganda, I'm using Uganda because it's where we are seated now. If, for example, the king of Uganda was coming to sit here and address the people, and they say, all people come, Hotel Africana would not accommodate them. Right or false? Are we together? Why? Because cultural institutions, wherever we are, ladies and gentlemen, we don't look at colors. All people will come here, whether they are wearing red on top, or yellow, or blue, or green. That day, they will not bring them. They will only come to listen to their king. Same applies to our places. Look at when we have a function in Toro. We have that hill, magnificent Karzika. Dr. Oyo Nyimba Kawambi Guru, when he gets out of the palace, the whole hill is filled up. The whole area, roads around are filled up. So we have the potential. And this potential should be tapped into to do anything. In this area, all those black tendencies, I call them black tendencies because they are tainted black, will be eradicated in a short time. We add there now an ingredient that makes our soup sweeter, and that is Interreligious Council of Uganda. Whether you have red on top, yellow, green, or what, if it is church time, you all go to where? To church. Now, these two combinations can transform our societies positively. Unless you want us to stay here for a day, for another day, for another day, talking about how good culture and religion can transform society, you give me another 12 hours. But at least with those few words, you have gotten something. And here we commit ourselves as cultural leaders behind our kings and other cultural setups. We are committed to fight a war, and as I had said, that we shall not retreat, not until we have chased the enemy from our society. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. I have written the word reforms in capital letters, and I think you challenge us around why do we have reforms in different sectors and why not culture. You have spoken about integrating violence against women within existing cultural institutions and structures and practices, events, but also you have shed light on the need to invest in cultural institutions to do the much needed work. And I think those are things that we take note of. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you have heard from our distinguished panel, and I think at this point in time, very many of us are itching to respond, to add our voice to seek clarity on a number of issues, and I think we will have an opportunity to do that. I would have loved our Honorable Minister to listen into part of the dialogue, but I have been guided that she has another engagement at which she should be. And so I wanted to seek that perhaps we do the closing ceremony for her to make her remarks. It is not, the ideal, but we also cannot keep holding her here, as I imagine she has lots of schedules and commitments to attend to. So I was thinking that I will hand over to the MC now that I have concluded on my role as a moderator to take us through the session where we will have the minister make her remarks, and then perhaps when we release the minister, we will have an opportunity to respond to what the panel has said and to pen down what our asks and commitments are, as a group here. We, in planning this event, envisioned that we would leave here with a draft statement from cultural and religious leaders that we will continue to put in the papers. Thank you. So I have been guided by the representative of the PS that the minister will not close. She will just make her quick remarks, and we will have our dialogue, and we'll have one of the cultural leaders close the event. So I think I'm going to hand over to someone who will then invite the minister to make her remarks. I'm looking for the MC. Ruth, you got lost.
Honorable Minister, before you are right, their Royal Highnesses, the cultural leaders, leaders of religious institutions under the Interreligious Council, and stakeholders from our partner institutions, civil society organizations. We are here to dialogue on how best we can end GBV in our communities. Given that you have another schedule of activities, I would like to listen to your wise counsel midway. Then we shall continue with the dialogue as per the program. And I would like to beg the indulgences of their Royal Highnesses for this kind of arrangement, but we shall be able to continue and finish the program as it is scheduled. Honourable Minister, you're most welcome to make your remark.
I beg to remove my mask,
sure,
since I'm in a bigger space alone, and since every other person's mouth is protected, so you allow me to remove my mask so that I am audible enough. Your Royal Highnesses, and the traditional cultural leaders, Your Grace, the President of the Interreligious Council, and the members of the executive of that sector, the representative of the Queen Mother of Toro, Your Excellencies, the UN resident coordinators, and the UN fraternity, I was informed the Swedish ambassador was here, the UN Women Country representative was here, members representing MDAs, the prime ministers of traditional and cultural institutions, partners, civil society organizations, stakeholders of cultural sectors, the media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am proud and happy to be associated to this very high-level dialogue of Your Royal Highness from Uganda and all the religious denominations on the issue that concerns human capital development, but also on the issue that concerns parenting, spiritual, cultural norms, beliefs, values, to whom we are all custodians. I'd like to appreciate the brains behind this high-level dialogue, where you have come to join hands with us to fight for the plight of girls. And I wouldn't desire to forget about the boys, because if we leave the boys behind, then the girls will not achieve anything, because no one can live in isolation. I am aware the Interreligious Council first requested His Excellency the President to declare the year 2017 a year of the family. And since that time, all the themes that they have been following in their preachings and communication have been rotating around protection of the family and promotion of love in families. And in the same vein, the cultural leaders in 2020, November, established COTLA, Uganda chapter, which is intended to bring together all cultural leaders in Uganda in an effort to promote gender equality and end violence against women and girls, and all harmful practices such as early marriages, teenage pregnancies, female genital mutilation, and to sustainably promote their sexual and reproductive health rights and improve access to justice. It sounded music when I listened to the words of the Prime Minister of Toro Kingdom, Mr. Tungwako Atenyi, when he talked about review of culture. It wasn't anything that anybody would just bring about until the institution of the prime ministers or the cultural institutions bring it about themselves. I will continue to respect you for that. When do we review the cultural norms, practices, beliefs, stereotypes that have kept us back? And yet, we are moving within the light when everybody is aware. I'm alive to the fact that all our cultural leaders have not only gone to school, but have been exposed enough, and they know all the values and attitudes, stereotypes that have been so negatively imputed and undermine the integrity of women in this country. But also last year, to let you know that they held a meeting and outlawed all those negative practices that undermined the integrity of not only women, but also the stereotypes about men. And I think it is important for now to begin documenting them. Why would we have culture that has lasted for this long that is not documented in an era of education? Mate, thank you so much, Pastor, for raising the factor of the other partner, who is education. We can't live in isolation. We are partners in development.
While we are here upholding our values, there is a media to which our children are all watching and are taking the gospel that comes into their brains as the truth. But they are only looking at girls who are naked. They are looking at people who are kissing each other. They are looking at all these kinds of violences. They are watching only videos and games that are talking about violence, that are building violence into their brains. A man is super, so there is Superman. A woman is a prince, so she does nothing else. And everything has to be done for her. So under these confines, it is important that we also bring the media on board, because they also are contributing towards the education, the shaping, the nurturing, and the socialization. This whole discussion about teenage pregnancy has turned the victim, has turned us to point at the victim as if she's the cause of violence. I've heard many people talk about girls being spoiled, but who spoiled them? We've talked about the numbers, and that is what Kichoncho was writing too. We have talked about the numbers of girls who have gotten pregnant within this COVID. And we are looking for second chance. We are crafting means and ways. It has become the center of discussion. But we are not talking about those who has violated their rights. Where are they located? Are they known or unknown? Shocking information I got recently when I was officiating on a research study that was conducted by Makerere University. And this study was conducted within the schools in Kampala and in the other urban areas, Masaka town, Rira, Gulu, and talk about all the big towns, Fort Poto, Mbarara, and others. The number of participants were about 90,000. And this was before COVID-19, when the research was conducted. About 51% of the respondents. Meanwhile, the children that were involved in the study had several different violences that they have undergone. Not only one, not two, not three, but about 7 different types of violences. But what shocked me is that of all the respondents, about 51% of the males in the study had ever thought about harming themselves out of depression. These are children within the primary schools. 28.1 had actually physically thought about not just self-harm, but committing suicide. And 14% had actually committed suicide. These were not children of the poor. They are people in the urban centers. What would lead children towards that? There has been a number of violences they have undergone, and these were talking about boys. So for a boy who has been nurtured and thought about committing suicide and doing harm to himself when he's still a child, how about when he's married and cannot contain the cold violence that my brother Mate was alluding to? Indeed, men have this hot violence. But what is the response about the hot violence? It goes to encourage a woman to take him through a cold violence. And you don't know how cold that home can be, where there is violence against the man. And how long would the cold violence take? The hot violence perhaps would take an hour or two. But how long would the cold violence take? It may take ages. But what we are talking about is to all come down and realize that we are all equally important. The harm you do with your hot violence is the same harm the woman will do with the cold violence. And it will impact on all of you, including your children and visitors, in the same measures.
my sister, who was, the name again is Barbara Babwetera. Indeed, Obwente Babwetera. Wisdom is nurtured and born with, and it is up to you to make it or fail yourself. Now, Babwetera rose to a very important fact, which I think we should go with moving forward to map out in the whole country what are these positive norms so that we uphold them, but what are also the negative norms, practices, attitudes, stereotypes that undermine the integrity for anyone. We need to point them out in writing and speak against them. Like Tungwako said, the cultural leaders have big platform. So are the religious leaders. If they had and crafted only one message that cuts across the country, for which purpose we are here today, I am sure after Christmas break, there would be some kind of sanity. There would be some kind of lowering down the pressures that we have continued to grapple with in the name of violence. And this is the reason we're here. We need to craft one strong message, because under the cover of not coming together, under the cover of each one doing their own things, a number of things have happened. And I will highlight some of them. I was with the women from Kapchorwa, the surgeons. I call them surgeons with quotes because they are not necessarily educated to surgeons, but they are the ones who have been cutting the young girls, the genital parts of the girls. They are the ones who have been cutting them. So I took them out in the Western Uganda to visit areas where they don't practice FGM and how they are catching up, how they are managing in terms of socioeconomic transformation. And by the time of our 3 days discussion, they handed over all the tools they were using for female genital mutilation. And they went back home with not even a penny, but with conviction. So sometimes we place laws, and if we do not explain the reasons as to why these laws come about, people go underground and continue doing their own things without our knowledge. FGM indeed had gone down with the institution of the law against FGM in 2010. But recently, during COVID-19, it reoccurred and shot to about 56% of the women who had even surpassed it during their childhood, in the middle ages of about 45 to 50 years, had gone back to practice FGM. So that required us to go back and understand why. And if I had not taken time to go and listen to them, understand, so they also listen to us, perhaps it would be difficult to get away with this kind of habit. So after a very long talk, they gave up FGM. And we shall continue following up because culture does not break overnight. But what was important in that meeting was the fact that people needed to have a common understanding. 65 women came, those were surgeons, left behind about 70-something. After our discussion, what convinced me that they had changed is because they were able to write the names of those they had left behind, so that when they are leaving the practice, others should not go behind to continue with the practice. So they wrote down the names and encouraged me to go and take through the others who had been left behind. Bring them, take them through, because they had thought they were going to be in prison. That's the reason they stayed behind, so that they can be able to appreciate. So this meeting is meant to discuss and come up with one single message out of conviction, so that during this festival time, and perhaps as we plan to open schools, we have one message we are putting across, and we are sure that it will move to everybody, because you meet everybody, and many people listen and believe in you. So those you meet, please encourage young mothers to go back to school. Encourage their parents to take up their children as their own lastborns, so that they give a chance to these young girls to go back to school. Secondly, let's map out all the other attributes of culture, positive and negative, have them all side by side, because we are all integrated. Basoga are living with Baganda, Baganda are living with Banyankore. Let them all get to know and they feel. We can always borrow from each other. There are these attributes that people in Uganda have that others do not possibly have, but if you have been privileged living with them and you get to learn their positive cultural attributes and those that do not undermine you, you'd proudly associate with them. Why you see me putting in a Uganda version is because I feel I look smart into this attire. So this is one of the values. Many times when we travel out of the country, you carry a gomesi, so that when you're in Nigeria, the day they pull out their clothes, you're also pulling out yours to show how Ugandan you are and how proud and smart you are as defined as a Ugandan. So these are the things we need to discuss together today and come up with solutions. We need to discourage forced and early marriages. My brother Mate, I hope you know, from Kasese, we have been hit by a pandemic in double ages. About 6,000 girls were given away openly, young girls into marriage. And of course, when they are giving them in marriage, there is a religious leader to pray for the success of this marriage. There is a cultural leader that comes out to give away a hand in marriage, but they are also parents. Within the practice of FGM, they had moved to a level, because they feared the law, they had moved to a level of going to church, praying and singing religious hymns where they are busy cutting the girls' genitals, so that no one suspects them. There is also trafficking of persons that has started coming up under the guise of some church leaders, coming around to tell the young girls to hook them. Echamagarecho chiriwano. Therefore, when you hear this, don't tell to another person. So these have been taking our young girls, and I'm addressing these matters to the religious leaders so that you go and caution some people who are misusing the church for the other wrong motives, and also the cultural institutions. They will tell you either the clan leader is looking for you, the clan leader has found an opportunity for you to go out of this country to work, and others will guide themselves to be clan leaders when they are hooking young girls or even boys for trafficking of persons. Others who have been hiding behind culture to marry off young girls. This is our culture. But I don't think there is a culture that really, as of now, in this age and era, that does not look at this human resource of young girls and doesn't wish to turn them into responsible mothers. For that clan to survive, for that culture to survive, for that tribe to remain powerful. So all these are things that we have to share today to ensure that when we go out to the community, we have a full package of information, and we are going to demystify this kind of propaganda and talking, and also try to ensure that we put the culprits to book. We know them. 120 parents in this COVID period have impregnated their own daughters. Not 1, 2, 120 men of substance. This is really a tough situation. But on many occasions, instead of encouraging this person to be taken to court, some people will coin around and say, please, don't beshame our family. and want to protect this man. But this person has killed somebody's future, somebody's career. The time is over for them, now that we are together as a team. The time for that impunity is coming to an end. And I am very confident that we have broken the glass ceiling today. What was difficult was to get to the bottom of these institutions, the cultural institution, the religious institutions. The coming together on board today is ending all types of violences against men and women in the same breath, in the same vein, using the same methodology. This year, 2021, the government of Uganda joins the rest of the world to appreciate the gender-based violence being the biggest challenge to our families in developing countries, and some indicators in Uganda, which was conducted by research by Demographic Housing Survey in 2016, indicated that 58.4% of married women reported ever experiencing emotional, physical, and sexual violence from spouses. And COVID-19 has only escalated this. Devastating ripple effect of COVID-19, such as overburdened health systems, the global economic downturns, schools closure, the national and persistent lockdown, stay home. Ladies and gentlemen, has only escalated what was underlying behind our nose. It is time to talk, since we are opening the economy and all sectors of government and the economy in January. It will be time for us to talk. Talk, and communicate. And I'm sure that by the end of the year, we shall be registering a tremendous reduction in the persistence of gender-based violence. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the unique role the culture and religious leaders and their structures hold in addressing the problem of gender-based violence. Our leaders, you play a significant role in addressing gender-based violence in communities by promoting the understanding of peaceful coexistence, equality, mutual respect, caring, and love, but also addressing non-progressive cultural, religious practices, norms, beliefs, and language. Undoubtedly, many individuals look to their culture and religious communities as important social resources. I'd like to, in a special way, to thank the Queen Mother, Best Kemgisa, for following up on the outcome of Zambia meeting, the COTLA meeting we held in Zambia. The representative of the Queen Mother was there with me, and COTLA meeting here is the outcome of that meeting we held in Zimbabwe around 2018. So I'm really grateful that we are bringing it home, and this is good, bringing an integration of all cultural institutions, but also being able to add on to some spice to ensure that we talk to religious leaders as well in the same forum. I assure you of continued government support and commitment at the highest political level, as we did during the launch of COTLA Uganda chapter. You talked about the budget, Madam Waitera, and this is bringing us life to the fact. Previously, we had a lot of support from the cultural leaders and also religious leaders who took it upon almost themselves to impart this knowledge. Almost on a daily basis, they met people. But COVID-19 turned everything down and we had to close. So the closure of schools, churches, gatherings where cultural institutions and values were being imparted has led us to a different tune altogether. But I can assure you that now we are looking towards improving on our budget so that we can support these institutions that have all along been supportive to us, and they would be able to do a better job as partners and allies in this struggle to fight for gender equality. I want to appreciate your Royal Highnesses for participating in this dialogue, the spiritual leaders who have put aside their busy schedule and have come on the table with our cultural leaders for a cause of ending gender-based violence. I am proud to be associated with this dialogue of its kind, and I hope it is a landmark to start the journey where we are not pointing at each other or blaming at each other, but coming together to show solidarity and show the world that we're getting on table to turn this into history. Yes, we shall have blessings of children born out of such circumstances called COVID. We want to turn them around to be blessings. You know how Sierra Leone came about? When our forefathers were taken to the US as slaves, a time came when Africans and other Asian countries mounted pressure on those that had turned Africans into slaves, and they had to bring them back. And when they brought them back, they settled them in a place called Sierra Leone. It became a country. So our children will become of a different nation. They will become a blessing to us if we choose to turn them into blessings instead of being called outcasts. So this is the kind of language we need to develop so that children grow knowing that they are blessings. They are not outcasts. That their mothers are also blessed. And we are planning with the UN agencies to give these children a second chance, especially the girls who have undergone through these pregnancies. Give them a second chance, not just education, but to become professional scientists so that they realize that women are clay. They can be turned, molded to do anything and to do it better, no matter the stage in their life. In a special way, I'd like to appreciate UN Women, the Ambassador of Sweden, for supporting interventions in area of religion and culture and actualizing this outcome. It is my hope that the actions or statements on the community plan that will be developed and come out today will be actualized and popularized to make meaning of this high-level meeting that we have gone through and will protect the rest of our wives, girls, and also our boys. The government strongly believes in ending gender-based violence and the future of our children, women and girls, living in safe and secure environment provided by their leaders. I would like to request that you allow me move after here, but continue the discussion. Indeed, I was scheduled to be here on the closing ceremony, but I have a number of engagements today during these 16 days of activism campaign against gender-based violence. Every stakeholder has come up with something, a strategy that government has to express solidarity with their efforts. So I pray that you allow me to go and stand with those of us who have joined us in the fight against COVID-19, but also in the fight against gender-based violence. Continue with the discussion. I associate myself to every bit of discussion you'll come up with, and those that can be implemented by government, I assure you that we shall implement them. And we shall continue to support you on those that you'll continue to partner with us in implementing at your own level as cultural and a religious institution. For God and my country, I thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You missed that, right?
they understand you had other things to do.
Sure, sure.
Yes.
We know that the country
Thank you very much. Ruth, I thought my role was to moderate the panel. I thought you were going to facilitate the discussion with the rest. Maybe we can call. I think I'm going to give it to you. I think we have a number of people that are asking to excuse themselves, so it might be nice to give this some time frame so that we are able to request for some time to wrap up the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Participants, thank you very much. I have two comments. The major one came from the opening remarks by the religious IRCU chair on idle male population that involved gambling, is not paying taxes and all this. And then the second one came from Barbara. She was asking why the challenges when we have humanism. And then Pastor Daniel Mate spoke about behavioral change. All this, to me, sent lamentation. The question of alcoholism in our communities. We are really not looking at it. See, we are dealing with a population that is not normal now. As the minister put it, suicidal tendencies, frustration has sent our population to alcoholism. And government is not checking on the kind of alcohol because our traditional alcohol was taken like food. But the present alcohol that is available in this country is poisonous and very dangerous to our young population. So it is something that we need to look at and we see how we can help this vice. Thank you very much.
Since I'm not getting it.
We are getting away from the real parenting that we used to do. We continue and say, if you do this, then you will indeed attain the mercy of God. Because God is the most wise and the most high. Lastly, the sermon of Prophet Muhammad that he gave. In this last sermon, he addressed 120,000 people on the march. It's called farewell message. He said, poor people, it is true that you have certain rights. You men have certain rights over your women. They also have rights over you. Remember, you have taken them as wives with the permission of God, with God's trust. Make sure that when they abide with your command as the head of the home, most family heads have failed their duty. Then feed them during this lockdown and COVID-19. Most parents does not any longer take their responsibility of feeding and clothe them. Indeed, this is one of the areas that is why we parents have made, in a children's region alone, during the first lockdown, 17,000 segregated girls. This second lockdown is more that is coming up. 4,000, 7,000 people, 5,000 per day. This is the challenge that the country is facing because in the past, we keep our girls chaste. We make sure our girls are virgins. Are we doing this now? The indecent dress that they dress, they walk away. You think that the men have gone out to watch football. Your girls are among them. I put my case for that. You have a lot to do it. Thank you.
I told you that when you give this people Twitter, it's only you make a difference. So let's come to conclusion and I know her son and my mother union chair for president, and I'm a member. So but I wanted to bring out that we are side by side and we should work together. And without us, you can't do men. Without me, you can't do men. It's a bit so. You are called men because you have a wife. Others have wives. But if I can be a woman without a man, okay. If it is allowed.
Wanji?
Thank you very much.
Wanji?
All our presenters.
Eddie.
And
Nkuli.
Praise be to God, our mom, Josephine
Jose.
others in charge of Uganda, and many else. I want to thank all our presenters for the job well done, and also the people who are doing some work down there in the communities, because that's where the challenges are, the issues need to be addressed there. One of our tatas talked about us telling these young girls to dress decently. But to me as a mother, I think we should encourage these young people to practice the transformative masculinity and femininity among the future husband and other people in society. Then the second point, that is also leading to a lot of and come out with solutions. I think I've got like 3 main only. That raises the percentage that the violence is still very much among the women and the girls. But when you look at it, my dear pastors here, my dear the clergy here, and the shades here, but this is always part in the community that believes in Christ. Can we start preaching the life of theologies to all our congregants? We are seeing pastors violating the Bible, violating collective matrimony, and preaching to people in the community who are not yet married, but violating everything as far as marriage is concerned.
Waliwo n'omwami abadde wano obwedda bwetukola naye Zoom yaffe kimanyi yavuddeko dda. Kyaka waliwo eyagivuddemu ono eyadde agikoze ayika yagiggaddewo. Bino Facebook, YouTube kwetuli naye Zoom tetuli. Alabika yadde agikoze yagiggaddewo.
The homes are too tiny. There is Koja, there is the elder brother, there is the father, and there is also the shamba for somebody there. And with the mothers, I in the morning go to work, and sometimes sleep in the market because they live in the mosquito nets. So the children at home, we are very busy looking for money and cover, yet they don't take it. So we need to look at all this. Thank you very much. So I wish all leaders should be engaged in training, in particular the local leaders. Because sometimes it's going to rescue these young people who have been raped by their parents or brothers. We report to the LOCs to find where they can go. Then the LOCs go and tell the rapists that, the management people are looking for you. So we need to come out with so much training as far as this is concerned. And finally, let's create rescue and rehabilitation centers. That is also serious time. We have the
Zoom,
we need to have as many as possible in different areas. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kati oyo waali oyo abadde wa kati anti badde oli yagikoze ayika yagigenzeko n'agiggalawo. Omayi waliwo oli awuli ng'ayagala avaamu ate n'anyiga wafu wonna n'abijja.
I'd like to say that if you don't know, out of the 2020 police report, 200 cases were about being defined by their own biological parents. Is that addressing factor? So we need to work into ourselves. Men are pastors or in you have for your children talk about issues we are talking about here, other than seeing them as wives. God forgive you and me for whatever is going on. I'd like to hand over easily to wrap up and then we'll go closing, because we close this for our own to hear the community. But if people are running away, may also God bless them. Okay.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of written submissions. Also, some have come to my phone. I may not be able to read all of them. I think just very quickly, in terms of wrap up, what is coming out here is that this meeting is an important one, but it is one step in a series of engagements that is required if we are going to continue and be able to work together. What I read from these notes is that we are happy to make a statement after here, but we would like to move out from just statements. I have seen a note that says we made a pronouncement in 2013. It has not been implemented, and this time we want to implement it. They are calls for capacity building, for mutual understanding of key concepts and key issues, so that when religious leaders and cultural institutions come together at the district and the regional level. They speak from the same understanding and not from different positions. I think that rallies with what our colleague from the Mothers Union is saying. And then of course there are many calls that are around developing briefs and translating them in different languages in ways that can be used by the different actors. When we were planning this dialogue, I remember that IRCU said it needed to be a full-day dialogue. Looking back now, I wish we had listened more. Clearly, it should have been
0704.
So, Martin and Bonnie, the next dialogue, because cannot be half day, they should be full day to allow us to talk. Because I think this is the time when we actually would have liked to talk, and I see roots at pain trying to stop people, and yet we really want to have those things coming through. Very quickly, I have seen notes that are suggesting that we need to cascade this engagement to the regional levels, and I think that that is something that should be a priority for our planning for next year. How do we, instead of one or two people, really sit back and say we hold 4 regional dialogues and more practical ones that maybe attach to a one-day training and something kind of like more concrete
774.
You know, speaking for you and women, I think it is something we want to look into and consider how to take it forward. So I think in wrapping for me this dialogue, like I said, first step, it's very exciting. When the ambassador was stepping out, she said she would like to see this platform continue. She would like to see ways in which we move from rhetoric to practice. My representative reiterated the same message that the Minister of State reiterated the same message. So my question to technical people at the ministry and at IRCU and maybe COTLA will be, if we have a leadership that says yes, who are we to say no? So secondly, we will follow up on this action. And maybe we will reach a point, in my view, and create a smaller working group that brings together someone from the cultural institution, someone from the religious IRCU or something to be able to take forward some of the key actions and recommendations that are coming from here. I have been informed that the hotel is wondering whether we want to have lunch or dinner, and I think the answer is we are starving, sugar levels are dropping, the jam is terrible with Christmas, and so we really want to bring this one. And my apologies if we cut anybody short along the way. Keep the notes coming, we will keep and really reach them. So at this point in time, I want to thank the panelists that have stayed here. I want to thank all of you that have been able to come for this dialogue. When we started visualizing it not long ago, we didn't know it was happening, but we are excited by the prospects that this work presents for us. And thank you very much for all this. I will now hand over to you, who is going to, in a very few minutes, moderate the closure so that we are able to break out for lunch. And then what I think is a comma for now as we continue with the engagement moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evelyn. More hands. And the hands for the panelists. So at this juncture, I'd like to ask the panelists to calm down and request those who are under closing, especially that they can remain where they are, because I know that we cannot go up. The Queen Mother, the UN representative, and the King of Tiangadola will be the one to know first at the closing. I don't know the UN representative. Are you still evident? I pray that you bear. Okay. So I would like to call upon the UN representative to talk guys. So that we can invite the Queen Mother, and then the Queen Mother will help us invite the King of Tiangadola. But I would like to thank you, and I would like to pledge that we will work together to ensure that even we talk about the regional and involve more
Edwin.
When I see someone saying back to the ED, I get
Edwin,
worried.
kuba jango kube wide.
But yeah.
Kati gendo yimirire mu ensonga. Yimirire eri mu nsonda eri.
It is very difficult to wear very, very hard. I was just comparing my program specialist hat and thinking, okay, how am I going to take this forward? And then because my presenter is not around, I have now been brought back to speak a few things on the side of the US. We, as UN Women, have just developed a 5-year strategic plan, both at the global level, but as well as at the country level. And one of the core areas in this strategic plan is for us to refocus the work around social needs. And within that is to think about how we can be more innovative in working with cultural leaders and in working with religious institutions. And what we see there is an indication and pointers that we are having on how we can take forward our strategy.
Olaba kuba wide noba ng'oli kumpi daddako mu nsondasondako so at least ozoominga naye obeera close. Bwe batyo bano abasookawo ne bwebava tobafa paninga zoom out kati paninga olaba shoti ezo bwe zityo zemanyagala ompa bwetyo terina kamera yeewunzise kamera yeewunzise Derek kamera yo yeewunzise wano endaga mbu yeewunzise. Terezaamu era kati omanyi kati tenyongero nyola badde okiterezeza naye era nedda tozeeyo nedda twamba otyo yongeramu katini toddayo emabega kyekyo kati paningamu era zoomingawo kati naye nga shoti nnungi kati focusing kati gireke
members see themselves organizing in terms of key priority areas, but also in terms of an organizer, what we need to do plan. And we hope that by Women's Day or something, we will have a draft strategy that perhaps will bring us together in terms of a validation meeting and a launch for that strategy to take the next steps that we have. So as women, we are really excited. And we look forward to continuing to work with you. We thank you, the Ministry of Gender, for your leadership.
So leave it there. We are done.
But she is a fervent supporter of cultural institutions. She keeps challenging us on how we can continue to shed light and work with cultural institutions and religious leaders. And secondly, it is a pleasure to be here. So thank you so much for coming, and we will hear from us again sooner than later.
Oyo omwami ono kyali alabika ayinza okuwa omulimu. Owulira nnyo naawe vaako. Derek olaba shoti era shoti eyo totereza yoredde entereeve negwe zistadingi obeere nga woba okikyapa onoonya shots bwezityo nga ziri usable bulungi nga kwega
by the late estate of I'm also a descendant of the king of Toro. So I take this opportunity and opportunity to invite you to talk to your children and give them the guidance that they need. We are projects to talk to them because of our status.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Yeah, since I've been out there and the interest of time, I'm a person who speaks quickly, and the lecture I'm called Dr. Diploma of Lecture, and we have it given the lecture. So I speak the female today.
Kati onangambye I've appreciated the work. Njagala wemba njagala okola nti kampani nemuga bagita Rivet Production nemugamba naye omukyalo ono abadde wano bosi wange nako ye ndi omulenzi ali arrogant sijja kuddamu namuwa mirimu gyange nkulage ng'ostrugglingayo getting the solution ku bintu yali wano yeetala bwetazi ayireekaana kati nentegeera musajja atubambye adde yaleese omulimu kyava abadde ku pressure.
Thank you so much. This one and that one is the high level people who are here. So we must preach. We want to be here, let people go out there and practice it. And here is the speech for her very highly. The role of cultural leaders in my sexual addressing violence against women and girls. I convey warm greetings from South India.
Oyingira mu kamera yo.
And protocol beside me. So I have to introduce my colleagues. So, gender-based violence is directed to an individual based on his or her biological sex or gender identity. It can be sexual, it can be verbal, emotional, and psychological, but it can also be in form of sex or coercion. Yeah. So the female observe the causes and their place. Number one, sample gender norms.
The stereotypes, which everyone has talked about here. Gender-based violence. We are on the ground fighting gender-based violence in our communities. So COTLA, UN Women, and other developmental partners have been in a series of meetings promoting zero tolerance for harmful practices against girls and women. We need to act now and stop this shadow pandemic that devastates many lives of women and girls. Have I gone far? Yeah. Many girls have dropped out of school because of this pandemic. We also need to intervene as traditional leaders, and full involvement is necessary. It is a critical area of concern and it needs action. We should also realize that ending gender-based violence is everyone's business, and from today, let us bear in mind that our lives begin to end when we become silent about things that matter. And that was a famous quotation by Martin Luther King. At Queen Mother Best Foundation, and this is what we do, we give a brief summary of what we do in relation to what has brought us here. Yeah, now we give counseling and support to the victims by offering them skills so that they can get jobs or they can employ themselves. At Queen Mother Foundation, you find that there are so many skills which are being given
Yeah, some do electricals, others do beads, and our women, single mothers, and those who are victims of early marriages are actually taken care of. If you are coming from Fort Potro, please visit, and any other person, you are welcome to our area and see the Queen Mother Based Foundation. We have a logo there. Another important factor, according to our research or what we see, is poverty. Poverty. Women and girls living in poverty are more vulnerable to sexual exploitation, and those who experience domestic or intimate partner violence may have fewer options to live violent relationships due to lack of income and resources. All of us will know that even women, some women, like majority of women, are stuck in relationships. You stand to be battered, but you are stuck in that relationship because you have nothing to do. So poverty is a factor, and poverty is real. As the Queen Mother of Toro, I support Beijing Declaration, which is the most progressive blueprint for advancing women's rights. I'm optimistic that we have a single purpose in mind as a country, and this is gender equality and empowerment of women. I have a dream. I have a dream. One day, women will realize their rights, live in the world free from violence, go to school, participate in decisions, and earn equal pay for equal work. Solutions. The Queen Mother tried to give solutions to this gender-based violence. We create awareness by positive parenting, where men respect women's rights, and I think one of the speakers mentioned about that. We also work with the local authorities to punish perpetrators, and police and other people. It is there on the ground, and in Fort Potro, it's done. We condemn rape culture. We don't support rape culture, and we reach the most marginalized rural women and girls and educate them on how to report cases on gender-based violence. We challenge and speak out on violence in the homes, and in this respect, we mobilize the youth to fight harmful practices and become agents of change. A message to the women in the house. I'm sorry some have left, but the Queen Mother offered a message to the women who are in the audience. When the woman shares her story of violence, she takes her first step to break the cycle of abuse. Let us hear them and believe in them. And also have a message for men. I leave you this simple quotation also, and this is especially for men who are in the audience. Yeah, and I hope it will create an impact. And I quote, "The only time I'll be proud is when every woman is safe and comfortable around me." So men should be able to help us fight this gender-based violence. As a man, you can help us, but don't help yourselves from the woman you help. Never take advantage of the people who need your help. Kindly support Emma Watson. There is Emma Watson He for She campaign, a solitary movement for the advancement of gender equality initiated by United Nations. I think each one of us who is here can Google Emma Watson He for She campaign, because in most UN meetings, they talk about he for she, because a woman will not fight violence alone, but we need the support of men. If she fights that violence alone, she will not succeed. So that's why they have this he for she campaign, advanced by Emma Watson, who is United Nations ambassador from United Kingdom. I hope today we go home with a clear hope and clear argument on how to eliminate gender-based violence in our communities. I thank you so much, and God bless you. Her Royal Highness, Dr. Best Odimi Kemgisa. Thank you so much. Mukama hangirize.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister, Chukwu, Prime Minister.
Thank you so much. And in our protocol culturally, the Prime Minister of Tiangadora is around. as the chairperson of Culture Institutions, Prime Minister's Forum, I take this opportunity to call the Prime Minister, Tiangadola, to call the King, Tiangadola, to talk to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our chairman. In the interest of time, I will adopt the protocol that has been adopted by the earlier participants and right away go to the subject matter. Your Royal Highness, the Kwaradola, this is the opportune time now for you to make a few remarks and finally close this meeting. You're most welcome, Your Highness.
Thank you, the Prime Minister of Tiangadola. I take a great honor, first and foremost, to thank my brother cultural leaders present in this conference for the trust they have put in me to ask me to speak on their behalf as the person to make the closing remarks. Being chosen to make the closing remark is a task, but it's made easier by the very fact that you come at a point when the previous distinguished speakers have already made very, very valuable contribution to the debate of the day. Mine is therefore, first and foremost, to thank the organizers of this conference and to thank my own brother cultural institutions for putting the trust in me to speak on their behalf. We would like to associate ourselves, particularly with the remarks that were made by the Prime Minister of Toro Kingdom, representing the views and the sentiments of the cultural leaders, reaffirming that we are one and together with the government and all concerned in ensuring that domestic violence, gender-based violence is removed from the face of the earth. It is a disgrace to us as cultural leaders. We revere women as mothers and partners that should be given honor and respect due to them, both as mothers and wise advisors for the development of any family. Together we share with those who condemn acts of violence against women. Instead of giving them the respect due to them as mothers and indeed protectors of home. A lot has been said and we have learned a lot and we are yet to learn more, because gender violence is not the kind of disease that once diagnosed you can go to a doctor and he prescribes the treatment, and after the doses you feel cured. This is a part of man. And man, as they say, the man is always the same man all round, right from creation to today when we are here, and for other years to come, man will remain more or less the same. One particular fact about man is the arrogance. I don't know whether the arrogance is the nature endowed by the Lord, the Creator, to men, or acquired out of impunity. Those are some of the areas we have got to discuss when we talk about gender violence. But certainly the problem is with us, and the problem will continue for some time, but we must not relent. We must stand firm and continue to fight, as our representative has clearly stated, that cultural leaders are fully committed to join all the forces to fight this evil. As representative of the cultural leaders, I would like to make an appeal to the government through the Ministry of Gender and Labor, which is our own mother ministry, that while cultural leaders are called upon, and rightly so, to share in fighting this vice, sometimes we are encumbered, we are made somewhat eventually irrelevant by the kind of support we need to be able to carry out these duties. Many cultural leaders have no transport. Cultural leaders are not financially facilitated, and yet the job before them, not only this one, but many other social aspects of development, heavily relies on cultural leaders, because they are with the people, they live with the people, they share the experience of bitterness that people suffer, and certainly they deserve assistance in order, as an arm of government, to help in alleviating the problems that are facing the citizens. So my appeal on behalf of the cultural leaders, that the government takes our appeal seriously and ensures that cultural leaders are adequately facilitated. Finally, I would like to thank each and all who have made a contribution to today's dialogue. It's been lively, very informative, and certainly as we leave this hall, we're a little wiser in the matters concerning the affliction that women are undergoing than perhaps before we came here. I therefore wish future debates to continue from where we've left today, so that someday our mothers will feel that there are people defend them, and cultural leaders are the first on the line to defend mothers. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me take this protocol observed. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for honoring our invitation, for coming to this dialogue. We were very much encouraged that when we sent the invitation, you all agreed to come. I'd like to thank the Minister of Gender for supporting us, the UN Women for buying into our proposal, and for the leadership of the Culture and Tradition Institution in this country for agreeing to be part of this dialogue. Thank you very much. We want to commit ourselves as the Interreligious Council of Uganda to the commitments that will come out of this meeting. We want to avail our structures, our leadership, and all the other assets that we have at our disposal to ensuring that we work together to make sure that we end violence against women and girls. So I want to thank you once again. Thank you for coming, and I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. May I now ask Monsignor John Kauta to give us the closing prayer. Thank you.
Sena, Reverend Chanda, Sigata, Reverend Chanda. Reverend Chanda, alikuwa kusente Gaya. Kale sigenda muzizaayo n'oba Gwe. Yes?
I just wanted to know. Did it actually talk on the other side? When you said that you spoke very energetically.
I don't know, maybe he has gone out.
No, the woman has gone. Yes, one of the inductions, one of the organizers. I just want to get the name. She's just
Ffe tusobola bufunika bannaye sawundi wamu nekitegeeza ndette nga kebo bbiri naye ogamba sawundi wansi wonna badde balina microphone ze bakwata nga sifuna sawundi Karate zino enzizo zonna ziyitamu kiriya. Edwin wangi njirabye agindaze kale era just Edwin, just a minute twinange rawulezi olwolende luli twali twakagula anti tujjukira luli eri kompyuta gye baleetanga nayo nga nkyankala nga twagala yisaamu ne ngamba Daphne akuleka Thunderbolt w'ekibiina ne bagala ne bakagula naye ate olw'okuba kompyuta yali tetwabikozesa. Olwende twali twakagula Daphne because nga yali mu mwaka misplace ate ne kano olwende kaali kano akasi kuba nabadde mbijjeeyo byo. Kale kankubuuze kino ekintu wali okweseza ku Chrome nga otaddemu extension ya VPN Chrome kale yonna browser nga Facebook ng'oziyisaamu kati kyekimu ekyo nabadde nkola ku makyaga naye olw'okuba tetwabadde navudde nti tujjamu ssage kyekikola era kati olwedde eba ogitaddemu muli nkyasiigirwa we software engineer yajja era neleero ekyo badde bashutinga badde balina music video kye bali mu kukola wano ku DMK wano era still naayitirawo nga kati ngenda mukubirako asaleko kale kyekyo kyennyini kyekyo kale